I called the Evolve Committee of the Whole workshop for January 20th, 2026 to order at 5:30 p.m. First up on the agenda this evening is just a review of the regular meeting agenda. Any comments or feedback that we would want to bring up during the council meeting? Seeing none, we can jump right into the first discussion item is queuing, is it Goob or Goob from the Policy and Education Unit of the Washington State Liquor and Cannabis Board, presentation on the temporary expanded alcohol service policy.
She's joining us as a panelist at the moment.
I see that there's a hand up as well.
Yeah, we don't have the ability to chat with the person, so I'm going to figure out how to do. Let's see.
That's all right. Liquor control. Yeah.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Are you with LCB?
I am with the LCB, and I have Bridget Zoller with me, who is actually going to lead us in this presentation today.
Okay.
Is there a way to add her as well? Thank you. Apologies.
I did, and I'll promote you to panelist.
Hi there, everyone. I just want to make sure you all can see and hear me.
We can.
Perfect. I'm Bridget.
Welcome.
Thank you for getting us set up as panelists. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Bridget.
All right. Well, it looks like you guys are sharing your screen today.
Would you rather share yours?
Either way is okay. I can tell you when to move to the next slide.
That sounds good.
Okay, I'll go ahead and just let you guys share then. If everyone's ready, I can go ahead and dive in. So thank you for having us today. My name's Bridget Zoller. I am a program specialist for the Liquor and Cannabis Board's team that processes applications received under Second Substitute House Bill 1515, or more casually referred to as 1515. I'm here today to discuss the implementation of 1515 for the expanded alcohol service authorization that local governments can apply for. I'm also here with Desiree Monroy, our Policy and Education Program Manager. You can go ahead and move to the next slide, please. So our agenda today will cover the following topics: an overview of the new temporary authorizations allowing for expanded alcohol services, additional information for local governments about the expanded outdoor alcohol service authorization, the application process for local governments, the GIS map and where to find it, current rulemaking activity and links to learn more about the bill. And we'll also share some resources related to the bill and share the link to the expanded alcohol services page on the public-facing LCB website. We'll have time for some questions at the end, but if you have any after the presentation today, you guys are welcome to send them to our team at expandedalcoholservices@lcb.wa.gov. We'll share that email again at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. Under 1515, there are 3 new authorizations available through this temporary allowance. The first is expanded outdoor alcohol service. Local governments may request expanded outdoor alcohol service in public spaces in an area or areas of a city, town, county, or port authority for an ongoing period through December 31st, 2027. Licensees eligible to participate are beer wine restaurants, spirits beer wine restaurants, taverns, domestic wineries, breweries, distilleries, and snack bars. This is authorization that applies to your jurisdiction. The next is civic campus events. Also through the end of 2027, cities with a population of at least 220,000, such as Seattle, Spokane, and Tacoma, may request authorization for expanded indoor and outdoor events on publicly owned civic campuses. Caterers and nonprofits with a special occasion license can also participate in addition to the other licensees listed. The final is fan zones. The FIFA World Cup has designated Seattle as a host city and designated 9 city fan zones within Washington. These cities may request expanded indoor and outdoor alcohol sales and service during one multi-day event effective through June and July of 2026. Same as civic campus events, caterers and special occasion licenses can participate. Next slide, please. The expanded outdoor alcohol service authorization applies to public areas for cities, towns, port authorities, and unincorporated areas in a county. Local governments may request this authorization for expanded outdoor alcohol service in public spaces for an ongoing period through December 31st, 2027. This allows for liquor licensees located within an approved jurisdiction to share an outside service area with other licensees and non-licensees. For example, a spirits, beer, wine restaurant may share an outdoor expanded service area with a non-licensed cafe. So a family with children can all occupy the shared area, while an adult purchases and consumes an alcoholic beverage, and the others can purchase food and non-alcoholic beverages from the cafe. The fee per authorization is $1,700, which is to be paid by the local government when they submit their application. Next slide, please. Now we'll focus more on the expanded outdoor alcohol service authorizations, starting with the responsibilities for the local government. Local governments must receive approval for the expanded outdoor area by submitting an application through the LCB portal. The local governments will be responsible to ensure all outdoor alcohol service areas either use permanent or movable barriers or permanent demarcations to indicate the space authorized for alcohol consumption. The local government may determine barrier height and distance between entrances and exits and will be asked to provide that information to the LCB in their application. The application must include an operating plan and site map of the proposed expanded service area showing these requirements. They must also detail how they'll provide resources to ensure safety in the community, including law enforcement patrols, and provide services to keep the public spaces clean and free of litter. All local governments with this authorization must conduct a public engagement review and submit it to the LCB by September 1st, 2026. The public engagement review includes contacting individuals and groups within the community, examining whether adequate local resources were provided, whether safety and cleaning services were provided, and include a cost and benefit assessment. Next slide, please. To apply for any of the authorizations, licensees and local governments must have or create an active LCB portal account. For local governments, the portal account must belong to a designated government official or employee. On the LCB website, we have a page dedicated to resources for using the portal, including user guides that show the registration process and more. Next slide, please. Next, we're going to provide an overview of the entire application process for local governments and licensees. After registering for the LCB portal, the requesting local government applies for one of the 3 authorizations. They'll submit an operating plan, site map, and provide the parcel numbers of the proposed area so we can map it in GIS. The parcel numbers of just the perimeter of the requesting area is also acceptable. They will also submit payment for the authorization upon applying. After local government receives approval, licensees can log in to the LCB portal to submit an added activity application for the approved authorization. Licensees interested in participating are encouraged to work with their local government to see if the jurisdiction has applied or been approved for an authorization and to see if there are any local permitting requirements. LCB is not responsible for checking if an applying licensee has followed local permitting laws, and there's no fee for licensees to apply for one of these added activities with the LCB. Licensees can submit their own application for an individual expanded area or designate a primary licensee for a shared area, and list all participating licensees. Every license that's listed will receive a task in the LCB portal to complete an attestation for joint responsibility. Once we have received the attestation from all participating licensees, we can approve the added activity application given that all requirements are met. The time frame for temporary expanded outdoor alcohol service authorization for the licensees is the same as it is for the local government, which is through December 31st, 2027. Any changes from the local government or participating licensees after approval must be submitted through the LCB portal as a general request. Some examples for general requests are changes to the boundary from the approved jurisdiction, the joint operating plan, site maps, participating licensees, or requests to end the authorization early. Next slide, please. After approval for the local governments and licensees, LCB will add the approved areas and locations to the public-facing GIS map. The GIS map currently shows the city of Seattle as an approved area for expanded alcohol service, which is highlighted in green. And we are working with our IT team to have licensees on the same application be grouped together on the map, so there's easy visibility for our team, enforcement, local governments, and the public. If a licensee wants to quickly check if their local government has already received approval for an authorization or check what areas are approved, they can easily use the link on our website to access the GIS map. Next slide, please. Now we'd like to share some information about rulemaking activity and where to find more resources regarding the temporary expanded alcohol services. If you go to our rules page on our website, we are tracking all the current alcohol rulemaking activity. The rules for this bill go into effect on February 6th. Any questions or comments regarding the rules can be emailed to rules@lcb.wa.gov. Next slide, please. And finally, we want to share the public-facing LCB website. It has been updated with a page dedicated to the expanded alcohol services. That includes additional resources and information for local governments, licensees, and the public. Along with an FAQ, there is a resources tab that includes links to past presentations and templates for the joint operating plan, local authority operating plan, and site map guidance. This is also where the GIS map is linked. Next slide, please. And that is the end of our presentation. I would like to open it up for any questions if there are any.
Any questions from council? Councilmember Schaefer and then Councilmember Olin.
Can I ask a couple of questions or just?
I think you have time. You can ask a couple.
I do have a couple of questions. Let's see. First question, just to make sure I understand, Duval's under 10,000 in population. So I'm assuming the only authorization category that applies to us is the expanded outdoor alcohol service. Is that correct?
Yes, you are correct in that.
Okay. And I do understand that the city would have to pay a application fee. I believe you said the licensees do not have to pay an application fee. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct. So the application fee is for the local governments when they submit that initial application for an expanded outdoor alcohol service authorization. When that area has been approved and everything is said and done for the local authority or the local jurisdiction, when licensees go to apply through the LCB portal and apply for that added activity, there is no payment required for the LCB.
Okay, good. Thank you. And it says public areas, but I assume this means publicly owned, i.e. city-owned areas, we can designate. We cannot designate a privately owned area. Is that true?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so if we wanted to designate like our whole Main Street sidewalk, and there was only one licensee on that sidewalk, would that still be possible, even though they only occupy one storefront?
Yeah, so the with this particular authorization, even if it's only one licensed location, a bar, a restaurant, whatever it might be, if there's only one group that wants to apply and do this, as long as the city gives them the approval to expand to whatever the width is, that size is completely up to the city. So it could be that whole main street that is just for that one restaurant or bar. It could be for that whole group if they all apply together. So we leave that up to the city to determine how they want to go forward with that.
Okay, very good. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Rowland?
Thank you. Sort of a flip of Councilmember Schaefer's question, but so with there was a handful of expenses that the city would potentially carry with this. You know, one is the $1,700 fee, but also there's the cleanup measures and there's also the safety measures and whatnot. Is there a mechanism or is it reasonable for the city to recover any of those costs from businesses that choose to participate in this?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's completely up to the government to decide if they would like to do that. So if that part of the permitting process that the city of Duval decides to go forward with to recoup those fees, that's 100% within your right and to be able to do.
Okay. And then my other question is relating to accountability and responsibility. So if you have multiple licensees in a dedicated area and you have issues with compliance or over service, who ultimately carries the responsibility for that over service? Does it become the responsibility of the city? Is it shared across the licensees? Is there a single, how does the accountability come back?
So it would be shared amongst the licensees. From that joint attestation that they sign that says they have this joint responsibility in case there is an altercation or some sort of over service, over consumption, whatever it may be, unless it can be proved that a specific individual licensee is the reason for that. So if there is one particular licensee and it can be proven that they overserved someone within that shared service area, it can be a violation of just that singular licensee. Otherwise, it would be a shared responsibility.
Okay, thank you.
Questions from council?
Well, this is more for a question for the city council because I'm a little question about where would this activity take place? I mean, it's like all the restaurants in Duval currently serve outside, you know, on the sidewalks with beer and wine. Would this be an activity, say like at the summer stage where we have beer gardens, but if someone comes in and says, "Oh, I want a license and make the whole park alcohol zone," is that a possibility? Or I'm having trouble seeing where this would come into play.
Yeah, I don't know if you have any insight into that. Cynthia, I know isn't here. I don't know if she's online. That was one of my questions as well, not being as familiar with the permitting process. Because we talked about the fan viewing party, but there's some restrictions outside of the city, outside of Seattle, in terms of where we would do that. But you had also said these permits are good through the end of 2027. So it could be directly related to PFAS grant, or it could just be the expanded permitting over that course of time where that overlaps with some of the FIFA activities.
I had the same thought and question. I wasn't sure exactly where, you know, we would think about doing an area like that. We do already have the beer and wine garden during summer stage. That's a different process, I believe. So
There's also the Art and Wine Walk.
yeah.
Yeah, which could cover the size, some of the sidewalks.
I mean, I would say the sidewalks could primarily be where, but you would have to market specifically to allow and show. That would be the challenge with that, I would think, but.
I have one question before I hand it off to you, and it's more just around the deadlines. I know one of the slides referenced the review by 9/1, I think it's 9/1/26. There was nothing around submission deadlines. I'm assuming that governs, since you have to review by that date, any submissions and or the public review or the engagement review would have to happen before that. There's not necessarily a submission deadline or process. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So the submission could be any time between now and that end of 2027 date. And so then that temporary authorization would span from the approval date until the end of 2027. The public engagement review is strictly just for reporting needs, just to see how it's going if you have applied prior to that date of September 1st, 2026. It's just for reporting needs for us to be able to capture how things have been going for the cities and counties that have applied for this and been working with it.
Thank you. I see City Administrator McNabb joined. We did have a question, I think, before you joined, more or less around how we would apply or the thoughts of the city in terms of where beyond the sidewalks and some of the wine walks where this might be applicable. And I don't know if you had any additional insight into where the city might use this. It was a broader question from Councilmember Sullivan.
Oh, yes. Well, apologies for being late. It was about a 3-hour drive down to Olympia this afternoon. So we would anticipate sidewalks, potentially some parking lots if we did some, or areas where we currently have parking stalls. I wouldn't call them large parking lots, where we could potentially have some pop-up vendors or pop-up tents. I'm kind of thinking the area behind the visitor center, potentially the area in Depot Park. So that would probably be the areas that I'm anticipating right now potentially being used for something like this. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. And I think, did you still have another question, Councilmember Schaefer?
No, it was really just expanding on what Cynthia just talked about and related to Mike's question. But I think in short, anywhere we want, keeping in mind that we have to use common sense and it has to be approved by the LCD. So obviously not anywhere, but the obvious things would be sidewalks that are city owned. There's there's a lot of places that are not city owned that I don't know, what we could do. For instance, if Twin Dragons wanted to use part of their parking lot, which is privately owned, I'm not sure that we'd have to give them a permit for that, or they just have to mark it off or whatever. I know, like Jay, the person that owns the distillery, specifically designated a little area in front of his shop as no liquor beyond this point, just a couple of feet out from his storefront.
Yeah, and it sounded like that was covered by some of the added activity, but you have to have some coordination with the local in terms of the GIS designation prior to submission. It sounds like.
Mm-hmm.
The
I
other
forgot
area
there
that
were-
comes, sorry.
City Administrator McNabb?
The other area that comes to mind is the field, the fielded lot between where Grateful Bread, that empty lot that people sometimes picnic and sit in. I can imagine that also being a place as well.
City owned that? Thought it's privately owned.
Yeah, that little lot is privately owned.
Yeah, for the city.
I suppose Big Rock ball fields could be a potential source.
Did have insider complications.
Dip and stargazing.
Yeah. But, any other questions or comments from council or any staff? Oh, I'm sorry. I see your hand up, Desiree, Ms. Monroe.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I just wanted to share just a little bit of some observation that I've had from our work with some of your, colleagues in other local areas. So for one thing, the city of Seattle has authorized their entire city for expanded outdoor services. Now, what that looks like is they have a permitting process, which I'm not, suggesting that you need to create one for this, but they still have regulation over what they will allow within their area, even though we've approved the entire city as expanded alcohol service. So that being said, when the licensees determine that they want to sign up to participate jointly or individually, that's when their business property might then be part of the expanded alcohol service. Because I heard some conversation about what's public versus what's privately owned. So, if your restaurant that already has a parking area is part of what you deem as expanded alcohol service and they get the permission through you to have that expanded space be part of whatever type of, like fan celebration. I heard somebody say a fan celebration that could theoretically be done under the expanded outdoor alcohol services with that concept in mind, right? So you've authorized this area, Main Street, and the licensees that are there choose to participate and incorporate the space that they own in addition to your publicly available street that you've designated or a picnic area. So there is ways and means around how to bring that celebration of, public and private interest to support, game day or, a festival. What I do want to make sure that I convey properly, I heard things like a wine stroll and whatnot. What I do want to make sure that we share with you is that this is not a way for a licensee to take their alcohol and set up in a park and sell it from there. If they're close or adjacent to the park, they certainly can, and you've authorized it, then they can, of course, sell their goods and that person who bought it can take it out to the park if you so deem that. But they cannot, the licensee themselves cannot pop up somewhere to sell. So I just want to make sure that I communicate that, or else my enforcement partners will be very disappointed.
I appreciate the clarification.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Any other questions from council?
I have one more question. I'm looking at your backdrop there, and we're talking about alcohol. We don't have any dispensaries in town, but is this purely an alcohol conversation, or does cannabis also relate to these kinds of licensees?
No.
Cannabis is not included in the expanded alcohol service bill. No. So we would not be able to approve a cannabis store to participate in expanded alcohol services.
We currently don't have any.
Yeah,
So I think it was a good point of clarification.
Yeah, there would be no public consumption of any cannabis products, which is to Washington law anyway, so.
Okay.
Thanks.
So I suppose the city of Duval could declare the whole city limits within this area here as, and then then corporations would come in and request a license. I'm not sure, the permit or whatever for this particular area. Would that be something?
It would need to be the businesses that are already within the city limits.
Okay, but then we'd only have to apply once, whereas if we didn't declare the whole city, then we'd have to make multiple applications for this.
Yes, that's correct. So with the city of Seattle, I think that was part of it for them. Declaring the entire city limits, they only had to submit the one application, and that way licensees within that city limit, they're able to participate after going through the Seattle permitting process, whatever that process is for them.
Well, next steps is really what I'm wondering about. I assume the council has to approve this type of application. And Cynthia, are you looking for kind of a nod from us tonight, or what do you need from us to proceed on this?
Tonight was no action. It was just information sharing
Okay.
as we think about programming for this summer. Once I figure out how to designate the city and what's involved with that, I'll bring an agenda bill back for your consideration.
Thank you.
Any questions?
And feel free to reach out to us, Cynthia, if you want to brainstorm. Our team is at the ready.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have
All
a
right,
great
thank
evening.
you guys.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks. And the second discussion item for this evening was the second regulatory update on sensitive areas. And that was a joint presentation from Naomi Montes de Oca and Nicole Stickney, the associate principal at AHBL. Welcome again.
Thank you very much. Pleased to be back with you again. Again, my name is Nicole Stickney with AHBL, and I'll be walking you through a little bit of background information. Just in case you don't remember what we talked about before, perhaps you were not around when we first introduced this in the fourth quarter of 2025, and then talk to you about what you can expect to see from us moving forward as we complete this project out. So this is an update to the sensitive areas ordinance. That is your regulations that pertain directly to environmental protection. These are very important, and you know this personally because you've just experienced a very catastrophic flood event. And so it's important that we have these regulations in place. So we'll move up to the next slide, please. So it's just some basics about what a sensitive area ordinance is. It's also commonly called a critical areas ordinance. This is a part of following with our update to the comprehensive plan, looking at the development regulations. And the State Growth Management Act does require an update to these types of regulations within a year after you do your adoption. Now, we looked back and Duval had last conducted a best available science review in 2017. We have since updated that. And the last time that you updated your sensitive areas ordinance was that same year. And these were codified in your code at chapter 1442 called sensitive area regulations. Separately, your floodplain regulations have been updated more recently. Those are in a separate area of your code, chapter 1484. And those are, while they're a part of your sensitive area regulations, they're also part of making sure that you have FEMA flood insurance protection as a community. And so there's a little bit of a different review cycle, and the state is more heavily involved because they step in and work through this program for FEMA. On the left-hand side here, you can see the different components of the sensitive areas ordinance, wetlands, flooded areas, and so forth. And of course, a key component to all of this is the science for which the regulations are based upon. On the next slide, please. So what is required? Again, the state law does require the city to periodically review the ordinance in accordance with the best available science and make updates. The way I always think about it is it's an opportunity to catch up because you don't want to change your regulations every year. That's ridiculous, but you do need to do this on a regular cycle so that as new information comes out and there's new guidance or even new state legislation, we can take a good look at all of that and bring everything and modernize it or freshen it up, if you will. One of the tools that we use is a critical areas checklist that comes from the Department of Commerce, and that's part of our work products from the beginning of this project. In terms of the best available science review, that work was done by our sub-consultant, Herrera Environmental. Next slide, please. So again, they've completed this review checklist. Herrera has provided a review of the best available science. So they documented that body of work, which tells us what's the best way to protect wetlands, or how do we protect habitat, and so on. Once this work was completed, it was sent out for a first round of comments to Commerce, to the different agencies, state agencies, including Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, who have chimed in quite a bit. City staff has looked it over for comments, and the tribes also have, Snoqualmie tribe in particular has weighed in. The next, AHVL has been working on updating the code according to this direction that we've been working towards. Next. Few things I want to call out here. When you pass a new code, it doesn't apply retroactively to past permitting actions. So I want to emphasize that that's important. But it may change the status of something that maybe was completely in alignment with the code. It might become grandfathered at that point. We would call that legally non-conforming. This also doesn't apply in shoreline jurisdiction. When we're within 200 feet of the ordinary high water mark of the river, that's shoreline jurisdiction, and there's a separate set of critical area regulations for that particular area. That's because that protection and those uses are all under the purview of the state Shoreline Management Act. So it's a little bit of a separate deal there. But these requirements, once we pass a new ordinance and have new regulations on the books, that's what new development and permits will be reviewed under. Next. Just to be very clear, for looking at the best available science, this is a quote from the Washington Administrative Code. Critical areas must be designated and protected. Again, they're also talking about sensitive areas. It's synonymous. And then also we find that they have set out best available science is the basis for developing policies and regulations, and this must be included in the work. So that's why we are doing all these different steps. Next. We also wanted to emphasize that best available science is determined by qualified scientific experts who look at applicability. And while local governments do have some deference where they can implement different means of protecting critical areas, they can look at best management practices or, you know, these different alternative approaches, regulatory and non-regulatory programs. You have to show your work and you have to show where it still does that protection of the environment according to the best available science. Next. So in terms of our best available science review, what did we find? For wetlands, there was new guidance that came out in 2023. So you will be super up to date once we get through this process. We also note here that there were updated buffer standards for wetlands and also new guidance on wetland mitigation. So honestly, that stuff's pretty cut and dry. So we've incorporated it into our proposed changes for those regulations. It looks like some modifications to tables and buffer widths and things like that. Again, pretty straightforward because there's not a lot of leeway in that. And for the most part, the protections that you have in place, they're pretty good. There's just some sharpening or some more clarification about specific circumstances relating to permits where you might have different rules. And next. Fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas. This is the part that's a little more tricky. What we emphasize is that new guidance came out from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. It's called Riparian Ecosystems Management Regulations, and it's from 2020. So this is part of the material we look at. It is not an ecology, Department of Ecology program or document. This is with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. What they are looking at is moving away from the traditional use of stream buffers, which are just protected areas, kind of imaginary lines around streams. That there's some limited things that you can do inside of them. Instead, they want to see riparian management zones created. And those are different because those are a critical area themselves. So it's basically saying that the area that is along the banks of the streams, which might have different widths, that area is worth protecting. It's not just the stream. And so it's just it's a nuanced change, but it's important. Furthermore, they do recommend that these riparian management zones be sized according to a site potential tree height. On the next slide, please. So what I would emphasize here is that right now, your existing practice, which is common across the state and a lot of communities have adopted it, they use stream buffers. It's based on stream types. So it had to do with, you know, what fish is in the stream, what's the capacity, if you will, for wildlife there. And then the city also came up with some different ways to look at it. So if a person's bringing in a permit, they might say, okay, we're going to look at your permit, we're going to look at the standard buffer widths, and there's a basis for that in the code. But alternatively, there's also these performance-based buffers that were created in the code. And that is where you're looking at what the actual activity is going to be and that portion of the stream based on previous studies that were done, we're looking at what's the best protection. So it's a little bit of a two-pronged approach. The city, when they adopted this performance-based stream buffers opportunity, this was based on, as I said, extensive study in the field of what you have in Duval. And it was part of your, which you still have your watershed management plan. So it was under that umbrella of doing work. Really pretty good approach in terms of being very specific and being very customized to your local conditions. And then the next slide, please. So again, DFW does recommend replacing stream buffers and instead going to this riparian management zones. And further, they would consider that ecosystem as a critical area or priority habitat, something to protect in and of itself. And the term that we use for these are the fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas. It would be a subset of that. I might explain that we have geological hazardous areas, and that could be, there's a lot of different types, maybe steep slopes or liquefaction areas where we would maybe be worried about landslides after big rain events, things like that. There can be different categories. Certainly communities that had a legacy of mining underground, those are geologically hazardous areas. In the same way, you could have many different types of fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas, and riparian areas would be a category. The next slide, please. Okay, so just a little bit a finer point on a riparian management zone. What does it exactly mean? So it's the area that is regulated for protection. It's not just a buffer again. A stream buffer, this is directly from the comment from the department. They said a stream buffer implies that an area is comparable to a setback, but they contrast it saying that a riparian management zone reflects that scientific understanding that these areas are critical in their own right.
Question just about this slide, and we can open up to other questions when you finish your presentation, but from a riparian zone management, I think it talks about the height. Should we think of that like that as the drip line or the root line? Like, I was just trying to translate the height into like the 230-foot, 5-foot buffer for the tallest tree or
Actually on my next slide.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
Yeah,
jumped
so-
ahead.
Yeah, no problem. That's good because it leads right into the next topic here. So how would you just determine what is the proper width of a riparian management zone? I'm not a scientist. I'm not an ecologist. I don't know all the particulars of this, but what I can tell you is that the department put guidelines together and they're saying, look, our recommended approach is that you find out what is the average maximum height of the tallest dominant species that you have, and you look at it at 200 years. So it's not at 200 years of growth. So it's not even saying what trees do you have on the ground. It's what could you have, right? So it's a little complicated. And basically what they're saying is if this was maintained as an old growth forest, you know, if we went back years before development in Duval, what would we expect to see on the ground? And that is what they are recommending. So back in 1993, this concept isn't new, but applying it to critical areas in this way is back in 1993, a group of experts looked at this. They created a model. It is actually called the FEMAT curve. They were looking at what greatest protection can you achieve. And that's an important point there. They're looking at what's the greatest protection. How can we protect the environment as though development has not occurred? So that's a pretty lofty goal in an urbanized area, right? Okay, one more thing. So we dug deep into this. We were like, how do we know the 200 year scenario, what the tallest dominant tree could be? So we looked at the trees, and I'll show that here in just a minute. Let's go to the next slide. There's actually a mapping tool that they created where we could go in and see exactly what this would look like in Duval. what it really comes down to, I will tell you, is what's the soil type that's mapped. Okay, because the soil type is what they're correlating to the site or the species, and then the species itself has a potential height. So soil types, we can look at this map and see parcels. Obviously, it's a pretty good tool if we were going to implement this, because then we could figure out exactly what a site potential tree height is for any area that is so protected, right? So if you're not by a stream, you obviously have a soil type and there's a potential tree that could exist there, but it doesn't matter if you're not near a stream, right? It's the idea as if you are in this protected area. Alternatively, you can hire somebody to come out to a property and determine, based on some guidance and best practices, what that number would look like. But this is a tool to make it a little more streamlined, a little less intensive or cumbersome. Okay, next slide. I'm going to tell you what we've got here in Duval. So we basically have 3 different trees, and I just looked at what's the highest thing that can grow, right? So if we go look at these maps and we just look at those areas that would be the RMZs around the streams, the riparian zones, what would the worst case scenario look like? And predominantly the city is Doug fir, and it could be anywhere between 200 and 235 feet. These are very tall trees. They're beautiful trees. They're tall trees. It doesn't have anything to do with drip line. It's just what is the height of that tree, and we'd have to look at that scientific work from 1993 to see how they modeled it and everything, but that's what I can tell you about how it works. So most of the city has these really pretty wide areas potentially. The western hemlock is present in a few areas. The red alder is primarily found west of the Snoqualmie, but kind of along that river edge. So I mention it because it's on the map, but actually that's in shoreline jurisdiction. So we toss it out anyways. It's not really pertinent to our work today. But I find it ironic that the red alder, which is 105 feet, if we were going to use the standard, we would say that the protection area of the Snoqualmie is 105 feet, but the creeks throughout town are a lot bigger. To me, that seems a little counterintuitive. Again, I'm not a scientist, but this is what I've observed, and it's because it relates back to soil type. Okay, the next slide. So what would a property owner do? They would do all these things. I'm not going to go through this slide. This is just to tell you there are steps involved, and a property owner might find this kind of onerous, frankly. But these are the steps that would be used. Next slide. So we looked at, well, what does Duval have now set up as your standards and your approach? What would it look like if we went to this, if we went completely all in to this riparian management zone with, what would we end up with? So the first line, again, anything type S, as it's been called in the past, that would be shoreline, so it really is irrelevant, but we still stuck it on this table just to recognize that. Moving down the table, you see these different examples of stream types that are discussed in your code and that are mapped in Duval. They have different buffer widths. What you need to know is that buffer widths, these are the standard ones we've listed. There's also the performance-based ones, which are can be applied as well in permitting. But what you see is the numbers are going to grow. These areas, not only are they going to be protected a lot more stringently than buffers, there's less kind of give and take in terms of what you can do. Can you have a lawn? Can you take down a tree? Things like that. Where can you put a outbuilding? And they're a lot bigger. They're a lot wider. So it's a really pretty dramatic change. And next slide, please. Okay, this was just one place that we pinpointed. We kind of walked through this with staff, but the idea here is that we've looked at some specific areas, like, okay, under the current scenario, what would you have? You'd have a buffer, what would it be? And then if we took all the advice of the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife in the same area, what's it gonna look like? It's gonna be a lot wider. Next. There are some recommendations that WDFW put out for urban riparian ecosystems. And again, this is just a lot of language. I just kind of wanted to show you that there is guidance out there. But they really do want you to apply this if at all possible. But they'll acknowledge there could be some things that could be done, like adopting a stormwater management manual. You've already done that. Doing some low impact development. You're already doing that. Things like that. You get the idea. City of Duval is already doing a ton of things. You already have tracks that have been dedicated to the city near streams in a lot of cases. There's already been a lot of protection done. You're already set up pretty well. I would say you were already kind of ahead of the curve, or even kind of innovative in the approach way back when, and now other places are maybe catching up to being a little more good to the environment, like the city here is. We know that Duval really does value, the citizens here really do value your natural environment. We saw that when we were doing the comp plan update. It came up again and again in the public surveys and other information we did. So I don't want to belabor this topic. Let's go to the next slide. And here's kind of my big message. It's a balancing act. As you might have been thinking in the back of your heads is, well, what's going on with property rights? How are we going to meet housing targets? I know this is a current topic right now. How are we going to achieve affordable housing? How are we going to have economic development, all the nice things, but also implement what is required? And we have a scenario for you to look at. And the message is there's a lot to balance. And I come back to the point that the Growth Management Act doesn't say protect the environment at all costs, full stop. Instead, the Growth Management Act itself has a number of different goals. They're in no particular order, they're not prioritized. So that's where you have this local opportunity to look at how you're going to balance these objectives, these requirements, all these different mandates that come down. So the next slide, please. I think that was the end. Okay.
Yeah. Did you need to go back?
Oh, yeah, you had a slide in the deck on the proposed code.
Yes, a few more slides. Okay, that's okay. I can still talk to them even if they're not shown up on the screen for you. So we have proposed some code updates. And just to step back for a minute, we've come through here. We've looked at grammatical improvements that can be made. We've updated references. We've updated code citations. You know, we've done a good scrub of your code. There's also input we got from your staff about where we can improve clarity and look at code implementation, like how does this actually work in the process of getting a permit, right? And looking at a development proposal. So we looked at that. Also, I want to call out, we're proposing the repeal of your chapter 1447 reasonable use exception because that's duplicative. You already have that elsewhere. So that's part of the background. Another thing I want to call out, we've added coordination with tribal governments as one of our key purposes here. And we have clarified that maintenance of non-native vegetation, including lawns, should be allowed, but shouldn't be expanded. So that's some of the basics. Moving on to wetlands. As I told you before, we're updating some tables. It's according to the guidance. We're removing the section on buffer reduction because that is basically a standard at this point and something that ecology called out. We also updated the language for stormwater infrastructure in and near wetland areas. Now that we're doing stormwater management so much better than we used to do, and really cutting edge in the state of Washington, we were able to update that language as well. And then finally, We have incorporated new compensatory wetland ratios for when wetlands are created. Now is my drop of like, here's what we think is a good idea of what to do about riparian management zones. So we propose that you maintain your longstanding practice of stream typing and stream buffers. Works really well. It's based on your watershed management plan. It's a good program. Why would you want to, move off of that completely? So we recommend that you could keep those performance-based streams. Okay, so I'm on slide 25. Yes, thank you. And we also recommend eliminating the distinction between salmon and non-salmon bearing streams because that's what the other kids in the COP are doing, the other communities out there. We do propose adding a new section for riparian management zones. So we are suggesting that you do say there shall be riparian management zones that are managed. But we're not recommending that you use the site potential tree height. Instead, we're saying that width standard should be about 100 feet. And that 100 feet is when we went back into the things that weren't in the comments from Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, but we looked at what other communities in King County, Snohomish County are doing, and we looked at other things. We found that there's this 100-foot minimum that they recommend be maintained, which is a waste removal zone. So it's saying that if you keep that area pretty pristine, you're going to achieve a really good benefit for the stream. And you sort of have diminishing returns the more you move out from there. Again, if you want it to be, all the way environmentally protective and do the best protection, you would probably want to do the site potential tree height. But because there's some trade-off, we are recommending you create a riparian management zone with a 100-foot minimum. We're also making that not very stringent at this point. That's in our proposal. So it exists, but people aren't very much limited in what they can have there because you already have all these other things in place. The next slide, please. We further recommend that buffer reduction at averaging, because we would still have buffers in this case, only be used where buffers can no longer provide ecological functions. We are recommending that existing lawns can be capped but not enlarged. And we are recommending that existing structures and uses can be remodeled, reconstructed, expanded up to 500 square feet, provided that they meet criteria, which is in the code draft we've given you. And finally, non-conforming uses, like those grandfathered things, would still be governed by your existing code. So that's what we've got in your packet tonight, which we're hoping is a good kind of win-win and middle ground. And this is something that you're not alone. Some other cities are going into this kind of hybrid approach. And we think this would be good for Duval moving forward so that you are responding and embracing some of the comments from WDFW, but not going completely to all of their recommendations given the balancing act that you have. And the last slide, please. So just so that you are aware, my presentation tonight was to sort of explain to you what we are proposing and what's going on for review. This is under SEPA, the State Environmental Policy Act review period right now. So we're currently in that comment period. So we're looking for comments back from WDFW and others about our approach and what we're proposing to do. This will go to a public hearing. First public hearing will be in March in front of the Planning Commission. It will also be heard in a public hearing in front of the City Council. That's going to be, we expect, in April. And we're expecting that you would, if you like the changes, adopt in April. And that would fulfill your requirements to update your critical areas ordinance. So I apologize, it got a little kind of, I don't know, particular there, a little sticky with things, but these are the things we've been sorting out on your behalf and trying to really understand the basis of what needs to be done and how we can work together on it. The last component that we have to make this all work, if it's a go, is to show that we have met the criteria of meeting the best available science, documenting why we're going to depart from this one recommendation about potential tree height, and why this is going to be sufficient for environmental protection. Any questions or anything further that I can clarify?
Questions from council? Schaefer?
Again, I have multiple questions, but stop me.
Okay, couple, and then-
Okay, good. Can you explain what a type S stream, why is that different than a type F?
Probably not. I think it's salmon versus other fish.
So first, you said Duval has mostly type S, but we have all salmon bearing streams as far as I'm aware. Even our tributaries to the Snoqualmie were salmon bearing.
Look at
I was
that table.
thinking that was shoreline, that type S, but
Oh, yeah,
versus the other.
I'm looking at it now. So I misspoke there. Type S is shorelines of the state. So type S, we're talking about the Snoqualmie River and other waterways that are regulated under the Shoreline Management Act. For type F, traditionally there's been two type Fs, which is a fish stream. There's been type F salmon bearing and type F fish bearing, which means not salmon species. And you have all of them in your table because that's how it's been done. If there was a determination that maybe a tributary or something it didn't have salmon or stopped having salmon, it would have a different buffer.
So I think it's important for us to understand this. So any Snoqualmie River shoreline would be type S
Yes.
then, and a tributary of Snoqualmie, which we have a few right here in town.
Creeks, yeah.
Assuming they are salmon bearing, which I believe ours are, would be type F salmon bearing.
Yes.
Okay, that does help my understanding. Thank you. Second question and a comment, I guess, comment for the council. I mean, we give our environmental talk, how much we think about it, and want to, preserve it and all of that. The proposal here, in my mind, is a bit of a cop-out, frankly. It's not using best available science. It's using less than that. I really think we need to consider using the, let's see, what's that tree type or tree height name? The
Site potential tree height.
site potential tree height as a buffer width as opposed to something less. I think that would be better for the environment. I think in the long term, it will be better for everybody, including the city. So I would ask council to give this proposal some serious thought and think if we ought to go to the more, I guess more stringent, but more environmentally focused size riparian buffer.
And I would just emphasize to your point that it's no longer a buffer at that point, it's a zone.
A zone.
And so that there is a distinction between those and how they affect enjoyment of property.
So the zone allows wildlife migration and things like that within it, whereas a buffer is anyway just for the stream itself. The zone is really more the ecological.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to build anything there.
Right.
You're gonna be very limited, even in removing invasive species or felled trees. You're gonna have to leave it pretty much intact environmentally.
Oh, I thought I saw something in here where you could remove invasive species.
You can with buffers. But if you go to a riparian management zone with the site potential tree height, it's going to be very impactful in terms of future development and what people can continue to do with their property if they want to put a new outbuilding or things like that. And further, it's when we looked at the map, the other thing that concerned us is that it could look very capricious and arbitrary to the landowner who might have a certain soil type mapped on their property, and then downstream, somebody else has it mapped a little different. So I have to keep everything pristine 235 feet, whereas the other guy, his is 200 feet. Now, what we are proposing is to introduce this riparian management zone as a new chapter in your code, but only for the 100 feet, because that is shown to be a pretty optimal situation. So I can do a better job of showing that when we move forward.
Yeah, no, I understand, and I still maintain my viewpoint. I believe it's a cop out. Our job as council is to make hard decisions, not easy ones. Anybody can do that. And hard decisions by definition do not please everybody. So please, please think about that.
Other questions I'm gonna, since you, oh yeah, Cynthia, I was gonna give you a chance to respond because I know you want to talk about sort of meeting our growth target probably. I was gonna see if there were any other questions from council, but feel free to respond to that question or that comment.
Well, I don't know that I can respond to the comment per se, but I do want to just emphasize the work that Nicole, Naomi, and I did to look at different jurisdictions. We did look at best available science. That 100-foot riparian zone it is a compromised middle ground position. And it's not divorced from best available science. There is science that supports that within 100 feet in a riparian zone, you are getting good ecological results. So the balancing that we took a look at is how do we meet both the kind of most stringent recommendations from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as our growth targets for housing and jobs, along with, when you look at a map of Duval, there are a lot of properties that would be fairly significantly impacted by going to the full recommendation from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So recall that it is a requirement that we update based on best available science. The Fish and Wildlife recommendations are just that, they're recommendations. Now, if we did nothing that Fish and Wildlife recommended, meaning we did not create riparian zones, we didn't do all of the other changes to the wetland language that we have in our code, surely the Department of Fish and Wildlife would write us back in SEPA and say, you completely neglected your responsibility. We didn't do that. We did make quite a few changes. The one area that we didn't go completely to kind of the nth degree with the Department of Fish and Wildlife recommendations was on going to the 200-foot riparian zone. But with that, this is an approach. It's something that, Nicole and I wanted to bring to you. That doesn't mean that is the only approach. So I think that's probably the bulk of what I wanted to say at this point. Thank you.
Other council member?
How many properties are we talking about, both current and potential future? How many properties are we talking about being affected by moving to either of these two options? Ballpark.
I don't have a number for you, but one thing I can tell you is that a lot of your high intensity development that you have in the southeast part of town that's either been platted or it's been preliminary platted, there's at least it's some entitlements there that couldn't have occurred with these measures in place as proposed by WDFW. And we have to base our regulations on best available science, but we don't have to follow every scientific recommendation out there. That's where you have local deference. And that's why the state doesn't just have a carte blanche critical areas ordinance for the whole state, right? It's local regulatory control. So I think I wanted to emphasize that as well, that there's different scientific approaches. I would maybe compare it to if you were a teacher in school, you might have different models of ways that you could teach. There's different things that have been shown to be very good approaches, but you can't use all of them. You've got to decide what's best for your situation.
The questions from council.
I know Administrator Gavin, you did a great job of incorporating that into the reconciliation letter. And so there's a certain degree to which we either can or cannot do this, and so we'll see what the county says I agree with Councilmember Shaver, you know, the degree to which we can use best available science and we can protect this. Just a quick personal story. I mean, I worked with some of the folks over at Oxbow Farms and saw them creating some of these riparian zones, and, you know, they planted trees all along the river. And, you know, before they did that, there was a lot of erosion, and the streams in some of these areas were devoid of fish, and where the cows would herd, they really stayed back. And once they put these trees in, the cows were coming up to the shore and erosion stopped, and so much more fish, and the soil was more fertile. It really made a tremendous difference in the ecology all over the place. And so the degree to which you can do this is better. It was very obvious and tangible that trees were bearing more fruit and all these kind of things. So I'm up for it to the degree that we can do that, but I also understand that we have certain state requirements and county requirements, and so we'll have to be flexible where we have to be flexible.
Great questions, but I want to make sure everyone else has had a chance to ask the questions. I think one is a clarifying. When I read through this, and I think you presented some of this last time, there is more restrictions on buffer reduction. So I think we get some net benefits even in the buffer, because that's one of the places where the trade-offs or the ability to reduce the buffer, we've kind of encroached on some of those areas. So wanted to confirm that. And the other was really around, splitting the difference. Because I know where you landed on the 100, it could have been 110, 125. I think you highlighted point of diminishing return. Doesn't mean that there's no positive benefit, but it goes down. I know the city did a lot of work previously around sort of the retention of larger trees, heritage trees, legacy trees. There's also seems to be an opportunity around that. I know that the point of this tree height was the potential, but I think there's also, you could potentially have something in the code where you increase the riparian zones around legacy trees, where beyond what we have today, and maybe, split the difference on these others. So I basically wanted to highlight, I think it's not a one size fits all. There's maybe a couple other options that we haven't explored where we apply some of these to areas that are high value to the city. But we need to do it in a neutral way, so it would apply uniformly based on the tree code. And then we also have an obligation to continue, and not to call you out, Councilmember Shaper, but it's like, I wouldn't want to also this be viewed that we're putting this in place as an impediment to growth. Because I think it can supplement growth, but we shouldn't, it's like a lot of zoning, you can't do zoning to then prevent things. And so I think there is a fine line that you're having to thread.
And thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for talking about the tree protection standards, because that is something that we saw in Duval, is that it's not like you just take a one and done approach. There's many different layers of protection and approaches that you're taking. Again, the watershed management plan, maybe it was a watershed moment when you adopted it. I mean, it's great. So we want to build on what you already have and realize that there are multiple layers of protection. So that's good to keep in mind.
Did you have a comment, or is it?
Just a quick question comment too. Remember, we have to follow the same regulations, so we do a lot of work, especially in Old Town, and the bulk of the corridors are Big Rock, Third, Kennedy area, and then the spine that runs from with Rasmussen down. So there's a lot of existing infrastructure in all those, as well as planned trails, sidewalks, and everything else. So just food for thought. That affects everybody. Same.
Thank you.
Oh, and question on the health measure, is that center line or is that buffer each side of the center line? So if the stream is 1 foot wide, is it 125 on either side?
It's from the outer edge.
So 125 either side from the outer edge. So if you have a 10-foot wide stream, you have a 260-foot buffer.
Right here.
Right here in zone.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Not center.
That's right.
And
It's not center line like
plus the
the
width of the water line.
It was quite big.
It's from the bank, yeah.
So just to clarify, if we adopted the most stringent, which would be 235 feet, that would be 470 feet across
Plus the water line.
plus the ordinary high water mark of the stream. So it's not just one, it's both sides, but just clarification.
Good illustration.
Yeah, we love that.
Any other questions? Well, thank you.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Great time.
So we're 15 minutes to the hour. I don't know if we want to just take a break now. It's not a lot of time. We have 10 minutes. Reports. We can take a little, since the second part of the meeting is likely to be a little longer. I'm opting to err on the side of giving people a little longer break. And then we can reconvene at 7 if that's okay.
Are we good to go? Okay. All right. Call to order the city council meeting at 7 o'clock. Can you please stand and join me in the flag, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, can you please take the roll?
Yes. Mayor McHenry.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mercer.
Here.
Councilmember Olin.
Here.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Here.
Councilmember Kozlowski.
Here.
Councilmember Supple.
Here.
Councilmember Wiggins.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections to the council agenda? And if not, then could I get a motion to approve? Or adopt, sorry. Is there a second? Second, I don't know which one.
Second, sure.
Okay.
I don't know which one I
It's
did.
been moved and seconded to adopt the council agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. Next up, we have proclamations, and we have two tonight. The first is Holocaust Remembrance Day. Whereas the Holocaust, or Shoah, resulted in the deliberate murder of approximately 6 million Jews and millions of others, including Roma, Sinti, Slavic peoples, people with disabilities, homosexuals, and political and religious opponents, highlighting the unprecedented scale and brutality of this genocide during World War II. Whereas January 27th marks the liberation of Auschwitz in 1945, the largest Nazi concentration and extermination camp, where over 1 million people were murdered. This date was chosen to honor the victims and to serve as a reminder of the importance of remembrance, leading the United Nations General Assembly to designate it as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Whereas the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights affirms that all people are entitled to rights and freedoms without distinction, Holocaust remembrance reinforces our moral obligation to defend these principles against hatred, discrimination, and anti-Semitism, inspiring a collective sense of duty. Whereas educational initiatives supported by the United Nations and institutions such as the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, Bergen-Belsen, and Yad Vashem Memorial Museum promote awareness of the Holocaust and encourage reflection on the moral responsibilities of individuals, communities, and governments to prevent future acts of genocide. And whereas remembering the Holocaust honors the victims and survivors, as well as the rescuers and liberators, it encourages all people to actively confront intolerance and indifference through learning, remembrance, and civic responsibility, emphasizing their vital role in shaping a more just society. Now, therefore, I, Amy McHenry, Mayor of the City of Duval, hereby proclaim January 27th as Holocaust Remembrance Day. In the City of Duval, in memory of the victims of the Holocaust and in honor of the survivors, as well as the rescuers and liberators, and further proclaim that we, as residents of the City of Duval, should strive to overcome intolerance and indifference through learning and remembrance. And then our last one is Universal Human Rights Month. Whereas the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the United Nations General Assembly on December 10th, 1948, marks a pivotal moment in history that continues to inspire us today. It affirms the inherent dignity and equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family, reminding us why observing Universal Human Rights Month is vital for fostering a just and compassionate community. Whereas Universal Human Rights Month invites us to reflect upon the principles of freedom, equality, and justice for all, inspiring residents to feel empowered and responsible for building a community where everyone is treated with kindness, fairness, and respect. And whereas the City of Duval believes that the strength of our community lies in our shared humanity, and in our ability to listen with empathy, to celebrate our diversity, and to stand up for those whose voices may go unheard, encouraging residents to feel valued and motivated to contribute to a more inclusive community. And whereas protecting and promoting human rights begins at home, in our neighborhoods, workplaces, schools, and civic institutions, we can each make a difference through acts of compassion, understanding, and inclusion. Small acts such as standing up to discrimination, volunteering with local human rights organization, or educating others about their rights can help residents feel confident and capable of creating change. Whereas by observing Universal Human Rights Month, the City of Duval proudly joins communities worldwide in promoting and upholding these fundamental rights. Together, we honor the fundamental belief that every person, regardless of race, gender, age, ability, background, or religion, deserves to live with dignity, safety, and opportunity. Now, therefore, I, Amy McHenry, Mayor of the City of Duval, hereby proclaim 2025. Oh, okay. Is this a back one or should it say January?
It should have, sorry. that
Okay.
one.
January 2025 as Universal Human Rights Month. In the city of Duval, I encourage all residents to reflect on how we can each help uphold the rights and freedoms that unite us as one human family. Okay, next up we have comments from the audience. During the designated public commentary period at city council meetings, individuals are allotted 3 minutes to speak, while representatives of organizations may address the council for up to 5 minutes. Before presenting, kindly disclose your full name and city of residence. Each speaker and all remarks shall be addressed to the city council as a body and not to individual members of council or staff. The city strongly advises submitting verbal comments in writing to expedite subsequent correspondence. Written comments must be received by the city clerk's office by noon on the meeting day, addressed to P.O. Box 1300 Duval, Washington 98019, or deposited at the City Hall drop box located at 15535 Main Street Northeast, or by email. Please be aware that the City Council, its boards, and its commissions accept public comments only from in-person attendees at the meeting. The Council does not accept handouts or printed material during public commentary sessions. Information intended for the mayor or the City Council shall be directed to the city clerk, who will disseminate it following the submitter's instructions. Upon receipt, the city clerk will receive written public comments and subsequently furnish them to the City Council or the relevant board or commission. However, it's important to note that written comments will not be orally presented during the council or applicable board or commission meeting. Any written comments received after the noon deadline for written comments will be shared with the council at the next council meeting as a part of the city clerk's report. And it looks like we have one person or two people actually signed up to speak, Jessica Hellebing and Sabrina Faust, both with the Riverview Schools Committee. Did you want to speak together or separately? Together, and you're representing an organization, so you have up to 5 minutes. So you can approach the podium and address council. Thanks so much.
I'm familiar with Jessica.
Good evening, Mayor McHenry and members of the council. My name is Jessica Hellebing, and I'm a resident of Duval. I'm also the president for the Riverview Schools Committee. We're a nonprofit organization that campaigns on behalf of the school district for any levies and bonds that they propose. My husband and I have lived in Duval for 11 years. We have 3 children that are enrolled in Riverview schools. My oldest began at Tolt this year, and I am not exaggerating when I say he has had a wonderful launch into his middle school career. And I give full credit to his 5th grade teacher and to the educators that deal with the 6th graders at Tolt. I recently went to one of the learning walks that they have opened to the public, and I was dismayed to see the workarounds that the staff has to employ just to keep the children safe and warm. If you haven't had an opportunity, I would encourage you all to take that opportunity and visit Tolt or any of the schools. The newest building on campus at Tolt is a 6-year-old portable, and there are soft spots in the floor. It's appalling to see the conditions that our wonderful staff members who are putting their heart into everything that they do are working under. As you know, there are 3 education measures that are going up for vote in February. I believe you've all seen the roadshow presentation that Dr. Leach is giving to educate members of the community. I happened to be chatting with a friend today who grew up in Fall City, and she shared that she remembers when she was a high schooler and levies passed in that district and the high school received a brand new computer lab. But it was the first time she felt like, wow, the community sees us, they are behind us, they know what we need. So I would encourage all of you to consider our request for an endorsement. These measures matter, showing our kids and our teachers that we're behind them, that matters. When we vote for our kids, we vote for our community. The Riverview School District is the largest employer in the Duval Carnation community with over 400 employees. These measures matter to our friends and neighbors who work for Riverview. The Teachers Union and the Classified Staff Union have both endorsed the Yes campaign. The Riverview Schools Committee has respectfully reached out to each council member and our mayor to request endorsement. We believe that our students deserve the same level of support that students in neighboring districts have received from their local government. An endorsement would be a strong show of support for the entire community. It also would be the first step in a discussion as to how we can display committee signage more prominently, main thoroughfares. We sincerely hope that you will consider our request with our students in mind and the well-being of our community at heart. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And just want to check, is anyone else in the audience want to do public comment tonight? No? All right. Okay. We are done with comments from the audience then. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda tonight?
So, second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes. Okay, so next up, now we're on to the scheduled items. First is the mayor's report. So I did recently, in the last week or so, attend learning walks at both Tolt Middle School and Cedar Crest High School. And I would just echo, same comment that they're really great, especially if you've never stepped foot in one of the schools. I do also have a student at both of those schools, so I've been in there plenty of times. But the tours are really informative and you get to see how they're using spaces. You get to visit different classrooms as they're in session. So it was a lot of fun. I chaired the planning commission meeting last week. We have 5 new planning commissioners. So we welcome all of our new commissioners as well as appreciate the 2 commissioners who have been serving Duval. And they appointed a chair and vice chair, and they have a lot of work scheduled for this year. So good luck to them. I also attended my first Puget Sound Regional Council Growth Management Policy Board meeting of the year. The board recommended certification of the Des Moines Comprehensive Plan and also discussed regional centers redesignation, as well as regional transit oriented development committee work plan. If you're interested in any of that, all the information is online, or I can send you links if you want to read more in depth. The regional centers redesignation is not something that would ever affect us. That's for bigger areas. And if you're interested, we can talk offline about it. City Administrator McNabb and myself met with the Snoqualmie Foothills Community Collaborative. I guess I would call them maybe the pull group, would be a fair shortcut to call them if you wanted to know what they stand for or what they're looking at. So I thought it was a really productive meeting with introductions and information sharing around community needs and partnership opportunities. And then tomorrow, as with some of you all, I'm headed to Olympia. So there will be another update at the next meeting. And now we'll go on to our city administrator's report.
Good evening, Cynthia McNabb, City Administrator. And we'll wait till the PowerPoint comes up. So this is the Administrator Report for January 20th, 2026. Next slide. So first I want to do the report for the Community Development Department. So we have received notice that the final affordable home that's being built in the Big Rock community by Toll Brothers and then sponsored and marketed by ARCH, which is a regional coalition for housing, that final affordable home will be put on the market. The marketing letter will be released by 1/26. So folks will be able to start scheduling viewings of that home. And we are close to finished in the Big Rock community with all of the available homes being developed, built, and sold. SEPA threshold determination was issued for the sensitive areas ordinance that you just heard on 1/8/2026. So we are in our 21-day comment period for the sensitive areas ordinance, and that means not only for the public, but also our partners. So the tribe, Department of Fish and Wildlife, all interested parties can take a look at the draft that we've put together and then give us comments and feedback. So we learn a lot through the SEPA process about whether or not we miss the mark, whether or not our approach is something that the community is interested in, and then ways to do better. So we take all those comments that we get through SEPA and then we modify if needed. So that is, like I said, in the 21-day period, and we're looking forward to any comments we receive. We have sent for peer review to BHC, who is our on-call planning consultant, who's done tremendous work for us in the last few months. Our draft affordable housing policy, so those are going to get routed for staff review, and we should expect that they come to council probably mid-spring will be our first touch with council. And then we've selected a consultant for our design guidelines. Actually, I should rephrase that. We have design guidelines now. State law requires that we create design standards. So we have selected a consultant. The professional services agreement will be in place on the council agenda for our next council meeting. We had really good proposals. We had 3. They were all responsive. One really stood out as Understanding Duval, so we're excited to bring them on board. Next slide. And then for the building group, if you recall, we, for Duval Village, gave them a 1-year extension to get their building permit in, their site plan all done, and they have exceeded our expectations. So they have put in for their building permit. It is a very well marked up, comprehensive permit that they've put in. So we have a couple comments, but we look forward to issuing their building permit soon, and you'll start seeing activity on that lot. We expect in the next few months. We have notified DFA that we anticipate activity on that property soon, so that they have an opportunity to move their structure that's currently on Main Street. So I'll pause there. Are there any questions regarding community development, planning, or building before I move on?
Any questions, council? I don't see any. Go ahead.
Okay. Next up, I will hand it over to Director Lanishevsky.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and citizens. Yes, Steve Lanishevsky, Public Works. I gave you a lengthy report last time, so just a few slides today. The next couple packets, well, this will be summer work, so we're working on finalizing plans for summer work. We rebuilt the permit center last summer, so we are repaving the entire property of the wastewater treatment plant this summer. So the project management team is wrapping up their design, so we'll probably be quoting that work. I think Ben wants to get that out in March. And then also bottom left is Parkwood is this year's overlay plan and overlay neighborhood for our transportation benefit district funds. So next slide. We did discover a leak in the roof at the lab at the wastewater treatment plant. So that is an original roof. We have learned it does have some pertinence on the ceiling or on the roof itself. There's HVAC up there. It is a flat top tar torch down roof. So not too surprised. It's not good or bad, but we're getting that assessed now. So we'll probably have to have that redone sooner than later, but we're working on that right now. That was discovered in the last rain event we had a couple of weeks ago. Next slide. And then just some upcoming council items, the MSD design contract, wastewater treatment plant biosolids hauling that is coming. Those are in a negotiated state right now. And then the sidewalk design contract, your question mark there, but that should be coming soon too. We're working with a small firm who is new to us. So they were selected engineering group. And that is all I have for this evening. Any questions for the Public Works?
Any good, Mayor Pro Tem Mercer?
I just sort of had one question on 150. I know it's a little sort of janky there in terms of the curve. It's not straight. They'll come back with a design that sort of works within the geography and the I guess the I was going to say the variation in the road.
Yeah, the road will. Most of the energy will be focused on saving the trees that are in what would be the sidewalk alignment on that south side. So we'll work with the neighbors up above, which is there's essentially 2 lots. The one large lot above the orchard to the east, and then the one low lot, which is adjacent to Highland Grove. But yeah. Thanks. Yeah. All right.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, John Botero, City Clerk. So the time for Human Services grant applications is upon us. They'll open on January 30th. And the application period goes until March 19th, I believe. And the idea is that a selected subcommittee of 3 will review them at the end of April and at the end of March rather, and have it approved by April 15th. So I'm putting out the call for 3 brave, fearless, and excellent candidates who were willing to take on the charge. We need 3, and if you would want to participate or if you have any questions, please let me know. Just shoot me an email. If you do want to participate, please let Mayor McHenry and Mayor Pro Tem Mercer know. For this year, we have budgeted $40,000. And also, I will be sending out a reminder for the Jurassic Parliament training on March 14th. So please try to RSVP as soon as possible. That way we know who's coming and we can get material ready for that date. And also, we are setting up for council retreat on March the 21st. More information on time, location, and other logistics will be coming shortly. Thanks very much.
Questions for the clerk? Okay. All right. Well, excited to offer a few updates, and I jotted down a few more notes. So we have started the Duval Days planning, started with our first 2026 meeting last week. The community sees some changes from prior iterations, though some might feel, a blast from the past. It is, I think, officially the 50th year of Duval Days, without the Z. So you'll see some branding on that. But they are adding a 3-on-3 community basketball tournament. They're also moving all the food down to Depot Park to make a safer and cleaner eating area. So initial changes, more to come, but I think you'll see a really good opportunity and connection between Duval Days and the city in terms of accepting some of our comments and making some changes I think will overall just benefit the flow of the event and also bring back some of those kind of connected community tissue that people really wanted to see when they think about going to Duval Days. I have a meeting next week with KCLS to offer some community programs, including reading with ... If you are a mayor, council member, or officer and you would like to read with children at KCLS, please send me an email and I will put you on the list. It's lots of cities do it, where they have council members, mayors go and read stories with young kids in the children's area. So if you're interested, please let me know. We looked into it last year and we really would like to bring a storyboard walk to McCormick Park. A couple cities have done it. When I was at KCLS, we put one in Sammamish, Maple Valley, Tukwila, I believe in a park as well. And that's where you can take a walk through a park and you have these stories where you have a couple pages of each story and they're on stands. And as you walk through the park, you're also reading a storyboard as you're walking. They're very cute. And we really want to try to augment programming to our youngest residents and offer some things that will get kids out in the park and enjoying the beautiful area that we have. So I'm here down at City Action Days, looking forward to meeting some of the council members and mayor tomorrow. I will be on a panel for discussing small city experience with HB 2015, which is a public safety sales tax and grant program. As a heads up, we are still waiting for our approval from the CJTC for our sales tax. So the way that works is Council adopted a sales tax measure for public safety through the HB 2015 program. We had to put in a lot of information. Chief spent about 120 hours personally putting together our package of information that was required to go to the CJTC. The CJTC has to tell the Department of Revenue that we've met all of their requirements. As far as I know, last I heard, not a single city has passed the CJTC process. It was extremely extensive, so I'll be curious what the panel tomorrow, what other cities' experiences are. I'm sure I will learn a lot. And then our community event sponsorship brochure will be finalized and it is finalized. It'll be going out next week, allowing us to begin our sponsorship ask for 2026 events. We had a very successful year in 2025, and I want to thank all of our sponsors who help support our community and community events. We were able to put on more than we ever have last year, and it's really exciting and more to come. We also have already heard from Remax, even before we issued the sponsorship brochure, that they are back for 2026 as as our main sponsor. Again, many thanks and much appreciation. One thing I didn't add on here is I don't know if anybody attended the Night Sky event out at Big Rock Ball Field on Friday night. It was beautiful. There were about 10 people out with telescopes, just showing the community what's up in the night sky. It was really fun. It was very well attended. We're looking forward to hopefully some better weather and that we can have these every month. I think the last 3 before Friday night were canceled due to bad weather. And then today, Rita and I, our community events and communications manager, worked today to pick all of our movies in the park for the upcoming summer. We're going to have 5 because, again, thank you to the Port of Seattle and to Councilmember Perry. We applied for a lot of grants last year and we got a lot of things that are added benefit to the community, including a movie screen. So now we can hold those movies up at Doherty Farm. We're looking to build some connection between some of our summer stage events, some of our activities and the movies. So for instance, the week of one of our night sky events, we're hoping to show Star Wars. The summer stage, we're having a ABBA cover band this year, and we'll show Mamma Mia that night or that week. So hoping to have a lot of fun and do some kind of branded work together to build excitement over some of the activities we have this summer. And I think next slide, that might be it for this week. I'm cognizant of the fact that we had a long meeting last meeting and trying to offer a little bit less. Final slide. There is a symposium in Olympia on March 3rd. Wanted to bring this to all of your attention in case you want to attend. It's a Threats to Public Officials Symposium. Luke, our emergency management coordinator, was sent this and wanted to make sure that you all were aware that this is going on. And if you would like to sign up, please let me know or let John, our city clerk, know. We'll be happy to register you for this event. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Pete, did you have something?
I did have a new update for you on it. I haven't had a chance to talk to you yet, city administrator, but while we're in the meeting, I did receive a email from the Criminal Justice Training Commission regarding the application for meeting the criteria for the tax. And there is currently 1 section that is still under review. The remaining ones, we are in compliance. So
Nice.
Oh, congratulations, Chief. That's fantastic.
yeah, they do want a little bit more of a different attestation from me regarding a couple of our training, but other than that, we're compliant. So
That's great.
great. So,
That's really great.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Good to know.
for-
So thank you, Chief, for letting me know.
I'll send it to you so that you have
I
it.
will be okay. I will be very kind in my panel then, because I believe that CJT is sitting next to me. So
That was well done.
What?
Go ahead, Councilmember Schaefer.
The sponsorship brochure, Cynthia, is that the first time we've done that, or did we do that in previous years?
we've done a version of it before. Last year was the first year that Rita and I actually sat down and redesigned it, offering more opportunities and being far more clear about how robust of an offering we had, and that you could sponsor something small like Splash Day as well as the entire summer stage series. So we just offered more options, and there were people who were interested. So Rita tweaked the brochure for this year. It looks great. The cover page is our most successful summer stage from last year, so it shows a huge audience. So we're hoping that that gets great traction this year too.
Great, great. I think that's a terrific idea, so thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have council reports. Do any council members have any reports this evening?
I just sort of have, I don't have a report per se. You know, I think as Cynthia called out, there's a number of us that are going to city action days tomorrow. and or tonight, I guess, depending on where you're going. My other update is I did receive notification from Deanna at AWC that I was appointed to the State Legislative Priorities Committee. So opportunity to sort of dovetail that with some of the Public Issues Committee for the Sound. And but I wanted to share that with council.
Thank you. Any other, go ahead, Councilmember Schaefer.
Just real quick, you guys are aware I'm a member of the Snoqualmie Watershed Forum and also the Fish Farm and Flood Advisory Committee. I haven't done a great job reporting out here what goes on with those meetings, so I'm going to try and do a better job this year because I think they may be of general interest. We actually have a Watershed Committee meeting tomorrow. The main interesting topic is a talk by Matt Poley. Matt works for the Tulalip tribe. He does this semi-annually. He does this report, and it's very interesting. Some of you may actually want to attend, but it's called the Fish In, Fish Out, Snohomish Basin's Salmonid Abundance and this is for the years 24-25. What this is exactly what it says. It's the fry going out, you know, what types are we getting, what numbers are we getting, and then what we get migrating back in there. And both are terribly important metrics to what the Watershed Forum actually does, because we have to track the you know, the success or lack of success that we have with our development items. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that out. I will do just a real little short report on that probably next time after I hear from Matt.
Thank you. Any other council reports? All right. So with that, we'll move on to our first presentation, which is updates to the public comment process. I'll turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Mercer.
Thank you. For the slides to come up. So Amy and I attended National League of Cities this past November, and there were a lot of interesting sessions. I think we've referred to some of them in here. One of the ones that I did attend was around public engagement, and there were a number of attorneys that presented. It was very interesting, and this is sort of a drier version of that. It had a lot of videos, you know, all the things that you could imagine could go wrong. It was like we actually have a fairly tame public comment period, but I think he went through a lot of the how you establish it and then sort of some of the unintended consequences. And so I basically put together the presentation to bring back out. There were a couple of specific things that he called out as a city if we didn't do that we should consider doing. I think it both I was going to use the word insulates the council a little bit. I don't think that's really the intent, but it's really basically provides a bit more control in terms of how we receive public comment and how we structure the process. So if you could go on to the next slide. And this is really just a framing slide. So in Washington State, we're sort of governed by two things: the Open Public Meetings Act, which really requires governing bodies like the city councils to keep regular scheduled and special meetings open to the public, which we do today. We record them, they're posted online. The other part is really, as of 2022, that you must provide periods for public comment at every meeting. I think one of the keys here is we do provide public comment in all our meetings. It's actually not required except to provide it within meetings where action or votes are being taken. So we're probably a little more expansive. I don't think necessarily we would change that because we get back all kinds of public comment, but really just to highlight the two sort of governing statutes that really drive why we have public comment in our council meetings. And the next slide. I think one of the key aha moments for me was around the concept of a limited public forum. So certain meetings by default, although there's some things that you need to do to actually make it a limited public forum, but in generally local government meetings, including council meetings, are considered limited public forums. And really the caveat or what makes it a limited public forum is when you have a meeting that is limited to members of the public talking about specific matters listed on the meeting agenda. You can be a little more expansive, but basically you frame it. So it's really the comments that would provide council members inputs to make effective decisions. The alternative to that is what's called a designated public forum, which is really a venue for expressive activities. It has no bounds. You can pretty much say anything, and we haven't had a lot of that, but I know during COVID, one of the reasons we chose to not accept comment online is because we were getting feedback from outside of the jurisdictions. It wasn't really constrained to the meeting. And I think that one of the recommendations to councils, if you had not taken the steps to create a limited public forum, to do that, and simply by, and it's a relatively easy process, all you really have to do to make a public forum or public comment a limited public forum is require that public comments be relevant and germane to municipal business. So it could still be within the agenda or things that the council can control. So there are asks we get occasionally that are, could you make a statement about, and I'll just use an example of Gaza, might be example. Well, we have very limited impact, but there are things within our community that we've taken a stance on that we may want to take a position on that would fall under that limited public forum. Next slide. So the limited public forum, there are some constraints around what we can control and can't control. And as I mentioned to Councilmember Olin, it's interesting because there were some dovetails into our council procedures document. There's a lot of things we think we can control that we actually, under freedom of speech and the First Amendment, are actually restricted from restricting. And so what the council can do is enact viewpoint neutral restrictions on speech. So that means we can sort of govern the place where comments are accepted. So that's either, via the city hall, via written comment, or within the council meeting itself, the time and time constraints. So that's the 3-minute, 5-minute rule we have. And then the manner in which comments are received. If there is a legitimate and compelling government interest. And so that, the primary one there, and I think it's on the next slide, is really around an orderly meeting, sort of the conduct of an orderly meeting. We can limit speech to certain topics, i.e. agenda items and timeframes, as long as such restrictions are not unreasonable and the restrictions are not based on disagreement with speakers' viewpoints. So we couldn't say, like, if you're pro, we'll give you this time, and if you're against, we'll give you less time, or put constraints on what they specifically could talk about outside of those limits. Next slide. And these are just two citations from case law. There's a whole bunch, both the Supreme Court and at state level. A lot of this becomes precedent, but the two key ones that I captured here is there is significant government interest in conducting orderly, efficient meetings of public bodies. And then we can think of no content-based restrictions more reasonable than asking that the content be relevant. So, and then the next slide, and I want to provide a little boundary framing on this because Councilmember Wiggins had a question about kind of the green versus the red. These are not necessarily things we do today, but things we're allowed to restrict. So we can require someone giving public comment to state their name. We can put in place a residency requirement, and I have a slide in terms of kind of what that means. We can set reasonable time restraints, and that can be on individual public comment as well as the overall public comment period. Rarely is an issue. I know for the mosque, we had quite lengthy public comment, and there was a lot of leeway in terms of collecting that. What we can't govern really is disrespectful comments. And so there is some court ruling is that disrespectful or profane comments, there's no sort of legislative things that said providing public comment has to be orderly. So we don't get a lot of that, but I think it's just public figures expected to have thicker skin. We can restrict signs and physical materials, which we do today. We request that those be funded through the clerk. We cannot govern profanity, vulgarity, or obscenity, including racial epithets, which is a little disturbing, I think. But again, that is one of the things that the Supreme Court and others have ruled that is protected under the First Amendment. The exception is if it becomes disorderly. So if there was it disrupted the meeting or people are marching or, it really, people start to yell and clap, then you can take the steps that we have in our public council meetings today to sort of restore order. You can restrict whether comments are given in person or online. You can require a commenter to address the chair. We, I think, request that they address the body as a whole, but those are reasonable. And then the recording of public comment really wasn't, it's you can choose whether or not to record that and post it. So that is up to the individual jurisdiction to govern. The one other exception to disrespectful is around city staff and employees under harassment policy. So there is, again, a little bit of wiggle room there as well. Next slide. And I know we've had some back and forth in council about requesting someone giving public comment to state their address. I think it's considered reasonable to capture that in terms of the form. It's not necessarily for reasons of doxing and other things today, not necessarily reasonable to ask them to state that within the meeting in terms of the public forum. But you can ask them to state their city of residence, which is more generic, or their association with the city. I'm a business owner, I own property. Whereas, as I said up here, is to ask the speaker to announce their address as a condition of speaking is currently viewed as unreasonable. Only a few more slides here. So what is residency? This is there is the city where you live, but it's expected to be a little more expansive. So we have folks who own businesses in the city that may not live in the city. We have people who are property owners that live in the city, but zoning changes might affect them. So non-resident property owners. We have employees that work in the city. Again, I can't think of anything more reasonable, but something maybe like the transit or other things that might impact them getting to work or working on lines. Annexation can be impacted, as well as sort of just zoning changes that we make. Residents that are just outside the city limits but abut against the city limits, they might be affected by adjacent development. And then organizations and individual city-owned facilities. So that might be, I know we've had public comment from the Suwannee Valley Little League Association, or it might be it's something relating to the school district. So that is really, I wanted to put all those in there. We can decide as a body sort of how to define that, but it is more than just where you live. It's really, are you impacted by what the city council is ruling on? So I've kind of come forward with a couple of proposed updates. And this is really more for John and Cynthia to sort of put together and bring something back. So this is more of a presentation, but really there were sort of three general areas where the general guidance from this meeting where we could make some improvements. And one was defining and posting the meeting guidelines. I know we had a board, we kind of do this today, sort of a mini version of that up with the sign-in sheet where we encapsulate sort of the rules of the road, probably makes sense. The designating a city council meeting a limited public forum is just stating that. So that can actually be in that document. This is a limited public forum. Comments should be germane to the discussion at hand. And again, we can decide as a council if, for example, the referendum tonight wasn't on the agenda, but that was relevant to the council. So how we want to define that. The use of public comment cards, and I do have an example in here for sign up versus a sheet. That gives the clerk some tools. They can sort the pro and the cons in terms of two different stacks. So it makes it a little easier to figure out if someone is supporting or not supporting. You can also put some, there was a potentially requiring the acknowledgement, maybe on the back of the comment card, they sign it, and then you agree to what the conditions of providing public comment are. Mandating the residency and or relevance. So maybe that could be the agenda bill they want to talk to or the topic they want to talk to. So we're aware of what they want to talk about. And then revising the public comment disclaimer statement, which is what the mayor read this evening. So just on that, again, I used an example from the city of Camas, which has both their public meeting guidelines and then embedded in the center of that is their public comment just one example. But again, it's very comparable to what we have today in the written, the spoken statement. It's just put in the form of a set of rules. The public comment card, which is on the next slide. I'm sorry, I've jumped too ahead. So the next one after that is really, and the clerk can work on any format, but it generally has the information around the person who wants to speak, their stance on a particular issue, I'm for or against, and I wish to speak or I don't wish to speak. They can simply just put some written comments on the back of the card and that becomes their public comment. And then the instructions. So again, the format that we come up with, I'll sort of defer to the clerk in terms of how we want to do that, but there's some great examples online, similar. And then the last one is I highlighted just a few of the areas where I saw gaps in our current rules. Our procedures state that nominating a particular representative, so it's an organization in the past, I know we've given each person 5 minutes, where it's really a group. You have 5 minutes or you have 3 minutes per individual. Calling that out specifically. If you are a part of an organization, obviously stating what organization or your position in a group. Specifically articulating that no action will be taken. We don't have that in our current statement today so that you can address the council, but you shouldn't expect a response within. But I think the council has an option to respond, but it shouldn't be expected. And then adding on to about the materials, about the signage. Again, we haven't had that come up, but that was something that was captured. So that was really my presentation. I wanted to sort of put the possible options. I think it's beneficial because it focuses the comments a little more on things that we could take action on. But I think it also potentially mitigates some situations where we haven't had a lot of. I know there's other jurisdictions where public comments have become very disruptive, and it's a little bit of proactive action. But I wouldn't want this to be viewed in any way as an attempt to not engage with the community, because I don't think that's the intent. It's really just putting some framework around how we improve our public comment process. So I'll open it up to any questions, or we can see what city administrator and the clerk come back with at a future meeting.
Before I go to your questions, my question is are you planning to bring this back to a Cal for more in-depth discussion? Just so I know, so everybody knows how in-depth. Should we get into deep discussion now, or is this just like first touch?
I mean, I think my expectation tonight was sort of general feedback is if it makes sense. I think we have a couple of venues where we could take this on. Is one, we could bring it back to a future Cal and workshop it with the clerk and staff before sort of taking further action. The other call out, which I mentioned to Councilmember Olin, was really around like our procedures. Is there are things that we probably should make this a separate body of work from our council procedures, like really build out the public comment process. I think there's some work we can do around the ethics policy, and then just understanding the constraints around First Amendment, what we can and cannot do. But it's it was really more introducing the topic, but I'm open to any feedback that we can get, or John, I guess we could also collect feedback or to the city administrator if you want to amend or propose future updates, we can also capture it and then bring that all back together to the Cal.
Yeah, it sounds like you want a general consensus of, is this what the group collected?
Is it worth investing some time?
Yeah. So I saw Councilmember Olin and then Kozlowski had their hands up.
I had 2 items that I think might be smart to incorporate, which I can send by email, so we don't have to talk about those. But I wanted to clarify a little bit on what is included, the parameters of essentially what is germane for these comments, for the public comments. If it's on the agenda versus if it's relevant to Duval in general versus if it's Gaza. I mean, obviously the Gaza part is not relevant, but how do we decide if it's relevant versus not? I'm not.
Yeah, and I think there's 2 approaches. So legally, within the legal framework, we could restrict it just to the agenda. So that's actually passed muster, it's gone through review, and because that's actually the body. And as I said, this is where we have a little bit of conflict in terms of we actually make public comment available in every meeting, whereas typically, or it's really only required where we're taking action. So a lot of times where you'll get feedback to similar to the way we do in a public hearing, the feedback is provided in that form. So we're gonna take a vote on agenda bill XYZ. A lot of the public comment will then orient to that agenda. If we wanted to be a little more expansive, then I think in terms of when we define the public comment process, we could say agenda bill items, plus, city business, or I'm trying to think, we may have to massage that a little bit, but you could frame it in that it would be things that council has, in terms of, creating and updating, city policy. Or, you could put some framing, and I see the city administrator may have something to add to that, as well, so.
City Administrator McNabb?
Thank you. One way I've seen it, and I don't recommend it, but just to give you an example of how other cities and public agencies that are governed by Open Public Meetings Act have handled the speak to the agenda or germane to the agenda. And again, I'm not making a recommendation because this approach is difficult to manage, which is every agenda item where an action is taken, you would have a presentation by staff, for instance, the discussion, then public comment, then a vote. And that happens on every action item. And so your public comment is related to, or your public comment opportunity is when the agenda item comes up and is after the presentation. So it kind of looks like public hearings. So kind of thinking about that frame of how to manage germane and relevant public comment. The comment card, I think, is a very helpful tool, but that structures how other cities have done it. You see it more when public comment has gotten potentially so out of hand that the jurisdiction or the organization wants to limit it only to agenda items. But we can take a look at different approaches and see the most successful. With that approach, I just would say that your council meetings would become, where I've seen it done, they might become fairly cumbersome.
And the other place, just to add one comment that I've also seen the example is where there is the agenda specific, and then they have a separate public comment that is more generic. So there are a number of different ways you can do it, but I know Seattle and others do the approach where it's per item, and those are very long meetings. So I don't think I would recommend that we take on that approach either. It was really just trying to put some framing. As I said, we don't often get it, but occasionally we do get the comments that are just, what do we do with this? And those are a little more challenging. They may be one-offs and outliers. I think the broader recommendation here, though, was still like, even if we still are fairly generic, without explicitly putting into play some type of limited public comment statement, we also don't have the ability to regulate it at all. So that simply taking that action gives us additional tools that we would not otherwise have.
Councilmember Kozlowski?
My question was actually very similar to what he asked about how it would be managed up front. So I think you already answered it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Councilmember Olin?
Can I just take a comment? I do have a concern. I also don't want the meetings to morph into these incredibly long things. I appreciate how succinct we often keep them, and I'd like to keep some semblance of that. And I've learned things at the public comment periods in these meetings that have nothing to do with what's on the agenda that I wouldn't have known had someone not come and said something. And so, I know one of Mayor McHenry's pushes is towards greater transparency. And I know that I think as a body, we're going to be working towards greater communication with the community in general in these new terms and in the future. And so I don't want to shut down opportunities to communicate with the public and to hear what folks have to say. I think it's important to capture that. So anyway, I want to keep channels open. I want to keep doors open. I want to continue to hear things. So I'm not in a hurry to restrict what people can say here, especially if it's not unruly for now. But yeah, if we find other ways that make it more directed and cleaner, that's great too.
I think we can even potentially split the difference, because I think there's still adding the language to the comments from the audience, but then, and then maybe staying on public forum, but then still being open. So I think that's where we can have a broader conversation, because I don't think it's an either or approach. I think there's a lot of different ways we can do it without actually restricting, future comments.
Are there objections to, oh, did you have, go ahead.
Yeah, to lean on Commissioner Owens' comments, I would love to still hear what the public has to say. It may not be germane to the agenda, but where did those comments go today? And I apologize if there's somewhere I should be digging around, but I would love to hear what our residents, what's on their mind, what's keeping them up at night. Maybe it's Gaza. I don't know, but I'd love to know what it might be. And yeah, I would hate anything to restrict their ability or their efforts to get more involved with the city council. Sure.
Are there objections to exploring this topic more, involving more staff time and looking at options or going through that? Just sounded like everyone's interested, just might have different opinions on what ultimately would change potentially, or. Okay, not hearing any objections. All right, thank you for all that work that you put into that. Okay, next up we have comprehensive plan zoning changes with City Administrator McNabb and our City Engineer Larissa Grunda.
All right, thank you. This is essentially borrowing the work of others. So I wanted to take the opportunity before you all see some of the zoning changes that will come across your desk as a result of the work that we're doing with our comprehensive plan. We asked Burke to put together a presentation to kind of illustrate how that will look in the community. And so we wanted to present that here. I'm not purporting to have the expertise of Burke, so this is more of a show and tell as opposed to a deep analysis of our zoning changes. You will see those coming up here in the next few months, code changes and different policy changes related to the Growth Management Act and our changes that are needed to come into compliance with the comprehensive plan amendments that are needed. So this is just kind of highlighting Burke's work. Thought they did a good job. It helps sometimes to see what it would look like out on the street. So go ahead and move to the next slide. So they provided a background, what is zoning? I know we have many former planning commissioners on our city council at the moment, so I won't belabor this point too much. The community who watches our presentations and sees and can go into the materials for our city council meetings, this might be helpful for them to see what is zoning and what does zoning do here in the city. So we'll pass by this slide and move to the next one. So why are we considering changes to our zoning? So we need to consider zoning changes to allow for more multifamily housing capacity. We've been talking about that for the last few years. State law requires that we enact zoning to support housing for all income levels. As we discussed, we currently have a deficit of capacity for new housing, particularly that can accommodate low-income housing needs 0 to 80% AMI. And then to accommodate that, we have to increase capacity for new multifamily housing development. So the proposal that you'll see coming up is to increase the allowed residential density units per acre in 7 zoning districts. And we started that conversation at the last council meeting. The up zones, which is what we're calling them and how Burke is framing them, will increase the capacity for new housing units. And that is for building on vacant and redevelopable parcels in Duval, not in any areas outside the city that could be annexed. This is all within the city of Duval. And then upzones could also include changes to other development standards such as building height and parking requirements. And as you've seen through our presentations on the work plan that we have for our comprehensive plan, we're doing all of that work this year. Building heights, parking requirements, development standards, all of those things are work that the Community Development Department is currently engaged in. Next slide. Okay, so this is and again, this is one proposal. That doesn't mean this is exactly where we'll end, but this presentation tonight is the companion piece to Burke's analysis on how we will rezone to meet our housing and employment growth target numbers and achieve the density we need to be compliant with the Growth Management Act and have a compliant comprehensive plan. So, single family zones, the R 4.5 would change to R6, R6 to R8. Some of those changes aren't necessarily to support 0 to 80% AMI, but will support middle housing or what's termed the missing middle. So those changes don't necessarily get to our capacity that is needed now, but will certainly get to some of our policy changes that will come in future years regarding creating capacity for the missing middle in terms of home availability. And then our new multifamily zones, R8 goes to R12, R12 to 20, R20 to R30, and then changes to the mixed use zones. Larissa, is there anything you would add to this slide?
The only clarification I wanted to make was, the single family, the way this is broken out on this slide is how our zones currently are. The R8 that is proposed to move to R12 would basically become a single family zone and would no longer be considered multifamily. So it would be just moving out of the multifamily zoning designation because our R12 is not considered to be multifamily by Commerce or anyone else that's looking. So just a clarification.
Perfect. Thank you. Next slide. So then this slide reflects what the highest density would be allowed for each zone. And so you see in R6, 8, and 12, that's detached single family or cottage housing. Those housing types are really where you get your middle, your missing middle housing types, the cottages, the detached single homes. So in each density limit, you'd have 6, 8, and 12 with a maximum height of 35. You know, it's fairly self-explanatory. Our 20 becomes 20 proposed density limit, etc. Next slide. So then Larissa and I asked them to provide a couple example building types that could be accommodated in these zones so you could see what it would look like on the street. Next slide. So this is an example of something that could be built in an R20 district. This is in Tacoma. It's a fourplex, has 21 units per acre. It's 8 stories, and the parking, because again, we're kind of simultaneously working on all of the changes to the parking requirements and reducing barriers to affordable housing. 1 stall per unit is the parking requirement for this type of unit. Similar units, if you're familiar with some of the units that were built in City of Snoqualmie, you see some of these there as well. Next slide. So here's another example of what it could look like in an R20 district. These are apartments, 6 acres, 92 units, 15 units per acre. This is a 3-story, so under 35 feet, and the parking is 1.5 stall per unit. And it's this white complex here. Next slide. For an R30, this is from Massachusetts. This is a 44 unit, 1.5 acres. The density is 29 units per acre. And this can go up to 3 to 4 stories, roughly 45 feet if you went up to the full 4 stories on a unit like this. Next slide. And then this is your mixed use live work building. So if folks are familiar, and I know our mayor is with the Issaquah Highlands, they have some of these mixed use live work buildings where you have offices on the bottom and lived space up on top. We have heard from our community an interest in more opportunities for some of those office space or frontage business commercial space where they could do law firms or services from a mixed use live work building. So this is a type that could accommodate that kind of activity. This one is showing 17 units, 3 stories, which is under 35 feet with parking at 1+ per dwelling unit. Next slide. And here's another example of a MU30, again, that mixed use. So you get, this is in Redmond, you get townhouses on the top and then full commercial on bottom. And I believe this one, I know where this is at, has restaurants on the bottom. And that's 34 dwelling units with ground floor commercial use. Next slide. And then the slide deck that you have in your packet has some additional resources. If you would like to take a look at some other examples, they put quite a bit of information here at the bottom, including some of those missing middle housing, the types, and some information on that. And with that, I think that is the last slide, and Larissa and I are happy to answer any questions. We can also ask Mark to come as we're going through some of these zoning changes, if you all think it would be valuable to talk further with them.
Questions or comments? Councilmember Kozlowski?
Can we put the map back up? Just for my own understanding on this one, I know the last couple you showed were mixed use. It's for like Old Town and UT1. What are those for mixed units? I see you have residential, but what would that be, like MU?
I can answer that question. So for the mixed use for our Old Town.
Perfect, thank you, because I
You're
can't.
welcome. Oh, so we have Old Town, Midtown, and Uptown 1, which is it's located on First. And those are not restricted by a density calculation. They're restricted by the site plan. So there's no density restrictions. It's based on whatever the allowed building height is, and then whatever they can fit on the lot. So there's no residential restriction.
Yeah.
My only observation on this is the ones that we're moving to multifamily zones predominantly are hitting the south end of town, which are predominantly HOAs already and so realistically, I know why we would upzone it from a calculation standpoint, but there's really only a few lots there that are actually vacant to use. I think if I could push for anything, the R8 designation predominantly further back from Old Town would be the best for the ones that's in orange, would be the most impactful if we were to open it up for affordable housing. It's closer to the transit line. A lot of it is walkable. I would push for that zone to maybe go up a little bit higher than maybe to R20, or even look at like a mixed use to think about future development in the long run. But right now it feels very south heavy and very HOA, which makes it nearly impossible to ever actually change. That's just my observation.
Other questions or comments? Councilmember Wiggins?
Yeah, I think I heard our last discussion regarding the rezone. Is that, are we still gonna talk about maybe R4.5s going away completely? Is that something you're still gonna bring back to this group, or are we all okay with no more R4.5s? Thought there was maybe a little bit of an argument saying why not have a couple of those still out there?
The proposal is to bring all of this to council. So council hasn't seen any of the changes of the zoning code yet. These are just what we're proposing. And then we'll have the discussion, the conversation once we're able to give you that first draft.
Other
Yeah,
questions?
this was more just to show you This was more
Oh,
to
go
show you
ahead.
Brooke's work and to kind of prepare for that conversation. We have a lot of work stacked up ahead of the zoning changes. So right now, we're just starting peer review on some of the work that we've done to codify the upzoning. So we're a couple months out, but we just wanted to take the opportunity to show you, especially because we have seen the other side of Burke's work on getting to the capacity. This is the companion piece of that. So we thought it was important that you see it kind of collectively together.
Any other thoughts before we move on? Okay, thank you very much. So we'll move on to existing business. And first up, we have Agenda Bill 26-6, update to DMC 2.16 Parks Advisory Committee with our City Administrator, McNabb.
Good evening. I don't have a PowerPoint for this. So in your packet, you had an agenda bill that illustrated some changes that I made to DMC 2.16. Those recommended changes, and I don't know, Kelsey or John, if you can bring the red lines up on screen. These are to effectuate our interest in reconvening the parks instead of calling it a commission. Or instead of calling it a committee, we will be calling it a commission. That's in line with our other work, Cultural Commission, Planning Commission. So the first obvious change is reconstituting the name. We looked into it. We haven't had this group since 2001. I believe it's been quite some time. And with that, the code is quite old. So just updating it to reflect current best practices, also how we manage our other current commissions. And the hope would be, once we adopt these changes, this will allow us to advertise for the creation of the Parks Advisory Commission. Because one, will know how many people we need to recruit, what their terms will be. So some of the changes really were, identifying terms. The terms before my revision were 1-year terms, which is not terribly helpful, especially, if you're working on grants or you're working on parks plans or getting a consultant to think about re-envisioning McCormick Park. That work doesn't happen in a year. If you could page down. So that is the intent of the revisions. And I am happy to answer any questions that you may have had about the changes I made to code. I don't know, do you have the code changes there that we can work through? There we go. So I'm happy to work through these one by one. So the first was to change it from a committee to a commission. 2.16.015 was prior to all of our information being online. So it appears nobody has institutional memory of what this commission and committee used to do, but it appears that they used to swap minutes, maybe physically. We don't need to do that anymore. Like our cultural commission, we can have up to 9 members. So this would be a minimum of 5, maximum of 9 members. The section B reflects the Cultural Commission rules around being within the urban growth boundary area. And that, we won't be overly restrictive in terms of whether someone moves out of the city. C is new language. We want to make sure that the Parks Advisory Commission represents a diverse range of qualifications, skills, backgrounds, and interests. I didn't specifically list them all out, but we would be interested in folks who want to recreate passively, people who are interested in trails. We want to make sure that we have folks who are interested in the ball fields and sports. It would be interesting to get mountain bikers, anglers, all sorts of folks who can be on the commission to help us envision what our parks environment looks like in Duval. So you can page down a little bit. This is in section 2.16.03, it's just a little bit of cleanup. And likewise, 2.16.040 is largely cleanup language changes. happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Mercer?
I was just gonna, before we got into the discussion, put forward a motion to approve Agenda Bill 26-06, an update to the Duval Municipal Code, Section 2.16.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded, so we'll open it up for discussion. Councilmember Wiggins?
Oh, yes, Administrator McNabb. I was doing some research on this and checking out what other cities might have had in the way of committees. I was curious if you've explored the naming of the committee. I don't know if it made sense, but it seemed like a lot of the other committees across some of the cities, at least 70% of them, had the word recreation involved. Some of them even included cultural committee along with the parks. So like I saw Parks and Recreation Committee, I saw Parks and Trails Committee, Parks and Recreation Cultural Committees. Have you thought about maybe bringing some of these together or expanding their role on this committee? Maybe it's still too
Well, I
early.
can
You don't even
answer.
know. Oh, sorry.
I can answer
ahead.
on the cultural aspect. So we have a cultural commission and their work is fairly defined by our public art policy and by the code section that deals with the cultural commission. So these in our current code were intended to be standalone committees that dealt with different things. So for arts and culture, I think my answer would be we're doing that in a different capacity, and blending them doesn't probably make a ton of operational sense and is not historically what the city has done. And I would also say the Cultural Commission, has a biennial art plan, and they're pretty well organized in terms of the work they're doing, the pace and kind of their cadence of their work. Recreation, though, if we could go up to the top. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there, 2.16.010. Mainly, I wanted to try to make as minimal revisions as possible. Although it doesn't look like that from all of the blue on the page. I did try to basically create the revisions that would effectuate, what we think the purpose of it is moving forward. This section here talks about development improvement of land for parks, trails, picnic, playground, recreation centers, beaches, and other recreational facilities. So we could add Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, but if you look at the code section here, I think it captures some of those recreational components.
Director Lanchester or Larissa, did you have I saw the button going off.
Yeah, and Cynthia, just a thought on recreation, that infers more programming too, just to be cautious. We can always change the titling and expand roles, but putting something forward in a way to get it started in a concise way is probably, I don't get a recommendation per se, but just keeping it tight. Again, I don't want to give false pretense that we're going to give the community programming. We're not staffed for that. We're not ready for that. And that's not the intent. But just cautioning words do mean things. So.
And it does list trails and recreation in the description as well. So, I mean, it is covered. It's just not in the title, but that might be a preference. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't have I think it is captured. If you were gonna change it, my recommendation would be something around Parks and Open Space Advisory, because that's our plan, in terms of that. But to Director Lenishevsky's comments, I also don't want to open the barn doors to a whole bunch of other things. So I think it's probably easier to define it within the definition of what the commission does and put less emphasis on the name, but yeah.
Yeah, and I would add that we don't have any employee right now who's charged with recreational programming because we don't have a Parks and Rec program. By and large, the recreation component of it falls to our community events coordinator, and we do that work either through partnership with the YMCA or through holding special events. We do not have a recreation program, and creating one would require the use of general fund expenses to create a recreation program.
Other questions or comments?
Quick question.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Wiggins.
Maybe this is for Director Mick. Is there a Parks Fund right now? There is, and it's currently getting
He'll speak with some authority on that.
Three funds. Park operations out of the general fund, parks capital out of the capital funds, and then we have a special revenue fund for Huron itself.
Is it appropriate to answer this meeting how many dollars you're talking about that this advisory commission will be responsible for, recommending to council for expenditures?
I don't know, we haven't talked specific dollars because it wouldn't designate programming or work per se. It would just whatever the outline of the new advisory committee will be tasked with. But
Is it six figures? I'm sorry.
operationally is certainly six figures, capitally is millions, and it ebbs and flows on development. And then Big Rock is six figures plus a set aside that we try to recapture revenue to pay for the re-turfing of the existing fields in a 10 to 12 year program. So
But City Administrator McNabb, I was gonna, and you, I know you've got your hand up too, so maybe this is what you're about to say. This commission would function like the other commissions and that they would work off of a work plan designated by the city council, correct? And so it wouldn't just be they take over everything parks related.
Yeah, I want to be really clear, and I didn't change the language. 2.610, that last language, they only serve an advisory capacity, very similar to the Cultural Commission. And we would create their bylaws similar to the Cultural Commission. So how the Cultural Commission works is, and we'll begin that work here soon, every biennium consistent with the City Council budget process, they create a biennial art plan. And if it has dollars and cents attached to any of their requested programs, that has to be adopted as part of the budget. They don't have independent authority to spend. So their art plan is approved as, it's not exactly an exhibit, but think of it as an exhibit to the budget. And then is worked on very similar to how staff work on the items that are put in the budget throughout the 2-year budget cycle. And that's generally how things are funded on the Cultural Commission level, and I imagine it would work the same way for the Parks Advisory Commission. And in my presentation, I believe at the last meeting, we have a tentative list of things that we anticipate the Parks Advisory Commission could work on while they're in the midst of creating not a parks plan, because we don't want to duplicate efforts of the Parks, Trails, and Open Space Plan, but it would basically be the commission's set of goals, and if any of them have financial obligations, they would have to be approved through the budget process.
Other questions or comments? So we do have a motion and a second on the table. Does council want to move forward on voting on this now, or are you good? Had everything answered? Okay. So it's been moved and seconded to approve Agenda Bill 26-6, the update to the Parks Advisory Committee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. And motion passes. And I see our attorney,
Actually,
you're
could I-
unmuted. Can I? Did we miss something?
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. We don't have an actual ordinance in the agenda right now.
Oh.
So we're going to have to create an ordinance and come back at the next council meeting so that we can then adopt an ordinance and
I
make
thought
all
it was
this
slash
happen.
decision, so I thought it was good to go. So, okay,
Yes.
so the vote doesn't count then. We'll just leave it open till the next meeting.
Yes. So what I was looking for is decision on if it's good to go. I will, or there are no requested changes, I will draft an implementing ordinance for the next meeting for your approval.
And would council be comfortable with that going to consent agenda or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, sounds like it could go on consent also. All
Perfect.
right.
Thank you.
So, Next up is draft letter requesting reconciliation to the King County Executive, with again, City Administrator McNabb and City Engineer Larissa Grandel.
Okay, so you had in your packet a draft letter that we worked on. So I first want to thank Councilmember Olin, who gave us really useful feedback and a great place to start in drafting the letter. So Larissa and I spent some time last week preparing a draft letter for your consideration, for City Council's consideration. I think now at this point, we're kind of at a place where we have two central questions for City Council. One is by vote, whether or not you want to seek reconciliation from King County. And then after discussion with the mayor yesterday, we realized there's a second alternative if the majority of council does not wish to officially seek reconciliation by sending the letter. And that is that we could modify the letter, remove the reconciliation request, but for advocacy and information, still send the letter to the King County Executive and to King County Council, because there's a lot of really good information about the impact of growth here in Duval. So that is, I think, what is before you. We had additional feedback from Councilmember Olin that we can incorporate before we send it out, in whatever way council wants to move this issue. And I think that's where my conversation probably ends and council deliberates.
I would just say for me personally, the most important part of this is the advocacy, because I do think there's a lot of really great information in this letter. And I would love to invite our county executive to come out to Duval and see it firsthand as well. So with that, given what you're being asked, do we want to go around and talk about it? Does anyone want to feel more moved to speak first, or go ahead, Councilmember Kozlowski?
Yeah. First off, thank you to staff and as well for sharing. You guys definitely turned that around very quickly. I think during our coffee chat with the mayor, I shared a little bit of my view on this, and it's much more towards the latter option. The reason for that is in my previous role, I used to do a lot of policy work for like a large tech company. And one of the things that we would do is use smaller examples to showcase to larger companies, businesses, cities that we were focused on. The fact is, Duval is one of the smaller cities in King County, and we're only 20 some days into the person's new role, and they ran on affordable housing. If I was in their role and what I would do in my previous role, I would use Duval as an example to send a message to the other cities across King County that this is like a bright line that they won't cross. Small impact, small voter pool, but big press to set the case for the next 4 years. I don't know if we want to take that risk when we already know from our previous meeting that like we feel like we have a path forward. If we go the advocacy route, we bring them in as a friend. I think the letter really leans heavily into the flood story, which I think is really powerful. And if you take it away into asking for a reconciliation, I think it takes away from that message a little bit. So for me, I'm on the latter. I've pushed for us to ask, like, what does it actually get us? And what, like, as a small city, is it worth the risk? So that's where I'm at.
Mayor Pro Tem Mercer?
So, again, similar but slightly different pivot, having heard the new executive speak, having read his bio, similar takeaway. I know where his head is. It doesn't mean that he wouldn't, consider this, but I do think he's trying to define, his roadmap for the next 4 years. I actually, similar type thing. We have a really strong. There's a lot of righteous work that the city has done in terms of meeting all these groups. It's not just one group, it's multiple groups that all this criteria that we work through and build out a plan. My more of my concern around asking for reconciliation at this point is it's kind of a once and done. Even if we did it and got it, then we go through this process again and again, and it's sort of a recurring cycle, I would much rather, and one of the things I mentioned in the agenda setting meeting with the mayor and city administrator was work with similar cities of similar size and develop a rubric. Like, you know, I talk about the sensitive area rating system. Like, that's almost what we need for these, whether it applies to you or not, you know, and it's not necessarily always about population. The one thing I didn't see in here, and it's a great letter, was around sort of the contiguous city concept. Like, we're not contiguous to any other urban areas. We are really isolated. And I think there's a great case that similar cities, whether it's Carnation, whether it's not a one size fits all. We really need to get both the King County Council, but also, you know, find some comparable cities. I know Carnation went through the process, but again, they're going to be in the same boat, that to really redefine the rules of the road. And so I think that can be accomplished through advocacy. We'd still get some of the wins. We can leverage this work. We have a really strong plan, which I know is not what we all want, you know, in terms of the growth and balancing growth. But that's my approach. So it's a little different from what Councilmember Kozlowski said, but again, similar from a similar place, is that I think there's a broader body of work that we could get some longer term gains, rather than, even if we got approval this round, doesn't mean we get approval, you know, in the future.
Councilmember Owen?
I tend to agree, and I appreciate you asking the question and breaking the ice last time. And also, you know, when I read the letter, and I saw it was essentially a 25% ask, and really, you know, what does 25% actually do in the big picture? And, you know, the fact that they're going to continue adding over the years anyway. And so, but I do feel that some of the issues that we raised in this letter are very real. And I think that it's really important to try to figure out how do we parlay this ask and lobby for some of these needs regardless. I mean, the fact is, we do only have a few roads that get in and out of town. We really do only have so many grocery stores in this town. And if we're really going to add this many new residents to the town, we can only feed them in the event of a flood for so long. And we really do only have one medical center that has only so many business hours. They can only satisfy so many people. And, you know, they don't operate on weekends, and they don't have emergency hours, you know. And so there really is only so much that we can do. And so, you know, if you want us to be treating and servicing that much greater of a population, and even the population that we have now, how equitable? And I think that's the question, right? We're talking about equity, social equity. We're talking about bringing in new affordable housing. And I think that's really important to do. And I want to serve everyone equitably. If we're going to do that, and we're going to bring in new affordable housing, how do we equitably support the residents that we have now and the residents that we're going to bring in when we only have limited food resources, and we only have limited medical resources, and we only have limited transportation infrastructure? It's really, really difficult. And so yeah, I mean, the reconciliation thing, it is an act, and maybe we don't need to do that, but these are really important issues, and I do think that, yeah, maybe we can use this letter or something like that, and parlay that into something tactically, maybe some templates or some, like you said, that we can use to help enhance what we have in Duval, and other, you know, our sister cities as well.
Administrator McNabb?
Yeah, I just want to be clear that 25% came from nowhere other than my own brain. Because I kind of was sitting and thinking, like, what it really was a feeling, like what feels like a reasonable request. So I said, you know, a quarter reduction at 25%, but that is not based on data or kind of any real I guess what I would say defined policy objective, other than, you know, I didn't want to put in the letter, you know, not to have any growth targets. So that I just want to be clear that it was completely arbitrary on my part as I was writing the letter.
And I didn't mean that in any way as an attack. Please,
no, I don't take it anyway. I
Yeah.
like to be transparent. Like, there was no rationale for it other than what feels reasonable.
Yeah, all good.
Councilmember Supple or Schaefer, or go ahead, Councilmember Schaefer.
let's see, first of all, I thought this letter was very compelling. I thank, Cynthia and Melissa for putting it together. This was excellent information and more compelling than I had envisioned as far as the rationale for this growth reduction. And I very much appreciated Adam's follow-up comments as well and support those as being part of this letter. All that being said, I would still like to push for reconciliation, and here's why. We need to, even if we're not successful this time, and I realize there's not a big chance of, of this being successful, we need to get people's attention. We need to keep saying that we are different than a suburb of Seattle, and here's why. And get that across to the county and hopefully even the state as to why we're unique out here. We're not attached to any other community. We have limitations on transportation, many safety concerns where we're at, and those are important ideas that we have to really get going in people's mind, including the executives, the new executives. If my concern is we just send him a letter and not ask for anything, it gets, 5 minutes of his time and it's just tossed aside. I mean, I've seen how people at that level work. They may not even see this. They'll use one of their staff, look at it, do I need to see this or not, right? And if they're not asking for anything, he may not see it, or he may see it just so briefly and get 4 bullet points out of the whole thing or whatever. But if we ask for reconciliation, he has to do something. It'll get more of his attention. Hopefully he'll actually read this. Hopefully his staff will help to explain why this is important using the information in this letter. So I would still like to see us push for reconciliation.
Councilmember Supple, go ahead.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of good points for and against sending in this letter, but kind of agree, Councilmember Schaefer, that unless there's an ask, who's going to be reading? It will go into someone's in basket and maybe get routed around. I think if there's if we're asking for reconciliation, we'll get a lot more visibility. Doesn't mean that we can't keep going back with these letters on a regular basis, but I really doubt. And my personal opinion is that they're going to say no to it, but at least we put it out there.
Councilmember Wiggins, do you want to weigh in?
I'll weigh in. Great points by all the council members. I'm on the fence, to be honest. When I first saw the letter, I said, wow, 8 pages and there's 6 attachments. How large is this file going to be? And as a gentleman that's trying to get his shop in order, it's going to be heads down, very, very busy. And it's even going to be the one opening up his email if he can't open up this huge file that's coming across. So I was wondering if we might be able to attack it more tactically. Has anyone on the city met the new King County executive? Is he going to be there tomorrow? Can we introduce ourselves, let him know who we are, invite him out, let him see the place, and then we follow up with a request for reconciliation? Can we kind of break it down and be more tactical? That's where I was thinking, if we can share some more challenges and flooding. It's a great letter. I mean, there's very, very good information on there. And I was surprised we didn't list 203 north and south as a flooded road as well, but I'm sure you guys thought about that. But yeah, there's definitely some benefits of reaching out to him and seeing how he can help the city. But I don't know if the negative risk that Council Member Kaplan mentioned, I think the negatives outweigh the positives, because he sets us up as an example just to show that, affordable housing was his primary platform. Yeah, he could definitely use us as need to say a scapegoat, or just you know what I'm trying to say. I don't want to be that city where he's going to put that stake in the ground and say, yeah, don't bother coming to me because you're city of Duval and how I respond to that. Funny, those are my thoughts on it.
City administrator, is there a timeline on, I know we're, you know, on the clock with some of this stuff. So would there be a timeline for asking for reconciliation?
No. So initially we had been told that we had to put it on the docket at the end of 2025, but Larissa did some good work, talked to folks in King County. Reconciliation requests do not have to be docketed, so we can ask anytime. I mean, as I'm thinking kind of how to respond to some of the comments that I've heard, one thing we could do in terms of, again, I think it depends on, you know, where council's at by a majority of council. I mean, if the majority is not in favor of seeking reconciliation, we could recraft the letter and also make a very specific ask for him to come to Duval and see a tour and understand our issues. You know, Councilmember Perry comes out often. She certainly is familiar with Duval, but doesn't mean that you can't ask other council members at King County to come out and try to understand the particular issues in Duval. I mean, Larissa and I went through, I know there's hundreds of King County countywide planning policies, and a great number of them actually focus on preservation of agricultural land. And so if you haven't seen it and touched it and felt how close our agricultural community is to the city, I mean, it's a worthy endeavor to ask that they do that at a minimum. So that doesn't mean that we couldn't send this letter, ask, you know, very specifically as chief of staff to schedule time out in Duval, and then we could ask for reconciliation again, or we could ask for reconciliation after sending this letter. So that's a long-winded way of saying, no, there's no specific timeline for this.
We'll go Mayor Pro Tem, and then I'll.
And just one follow-up, and I wanted to clarify something that I thought you said last time at the last council meeting, which for me is sort of the thing that sort of put me in the advocacy engagement versus sort of sending the letter because I thought you had said last meeting that you'd already again foreshadowed that they were going to say that. Like there was some level setting in terms of that we could apply, but there was already sort of the door was already mostly closed, you know, in terms of that they ceded the ground that or the same rules that were granted to Carnation, the others would not apply here. I mean, I thought there was something that basically said the chances were very, very slim. And that for me, like, it seemed like more of an opportunity to get them here, get a captive audience, and then, you know, introduce the proposed changes versus leading with the reconciliation request being shut down immediately. Because I don't know that would necessarily get more eyes or more time than just not, you know, paying attention at all. It could really be a, you know, here's the stamp and then he assigns it out to an associate to make an example, you know, or whatever. So.
Yeah. So in response to your question, so the two that got reconciliation, and you know, I think it's difficult for Duval because they're so close to us. So the first was me and Snoqualmie. If you go back and read their information, their reconciliation was really based on two key factors. First, in order to meet some of their housing targets, some of the land that was initially identified as actually tribal land. And so there was a complete error in identifying the land that was assigned capacity for development without tribal consultation. The second is they were in the midst of a survey and study on their water table, and their growth targets were issued to them without any understanding if the city of Snoqualmie had available water to meet their growth targets. And so they got reconciliation largely over their issues with water and an error in assigning land that really was within kind of tribal boundaries. So that's Snoqualmie. Carnations was a pure mathematical error. Their growth targets were not at all associated with data. And so theirs was rectifying a mathematical error in getting their reconciliation approved. What we have been made to understand by King County is we are neither of those cities. And from King County's perspective, they kind of fixed the things that were technical problems, and that we should not see that as an invitation to seek reconciliation ourselves if we don't have a like or similar issue. Larissa, have I accurately captured that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's great clarification.
Councilmember Olin?
So I think it's wise to step back a little bit and say, what would be our best case scenario? You know, what do we want out of this? We're framing an ask, you know, and so I don't have an answer for this, by the way, but I think it's important that we take a moment to ask the question. Do we really want a 25% reduction in our requirements? I mean, again, arbitrary number, but you know, do we really want a 25% reduction in the amount of residences that we need to add? Do we want a conversation with the county executive about their expectations for how we can equitably add affordable housing when we have environmental constraints and medical constraints and transportation constraints and land use constraint? You know, in a way, that part actually feels more valuable to me. And you know, it's nothing in a way also, you know, but to have an open dialogue with decision makers, because that's where I feel most constrained, is that, you know, we can't touch the WD and 203 intersection. And it's atrocious all year when there's not flood. You know, there's always accidents there. There's always backups. You can't make turns. There's, you know, and so if we can fix some of these things, that actually does improve Duval. That's what we need. That's what we want all year round, all the time. And so if we can somehow say, okay, look, maybe we don't really need reconciliation. Maybe we can try to figure out how to hit some of these numbers. But what we really need is conversation. And we really need you to listen to us, because we've been screaming at you for years, and you're not listening to us. We've been begging you. You overlooked us on the parks levy money. You know, we're asking you for this. I think you had a conversation with Councilmember Perry, and she was surprised to learn, you know, about the roads or something. You know, that shouldn't be the case. You know, and so really that to me is what's actually more important here, is that we get the King County Council and we get the King County Executive to really understand what's happening here in Duval. And maybe that puts us in a weak bargaining position, but that to me seems more valuable, and a better case scenario is to really make them sensitive to some of the growing pains that we're having here, and make them sympathetic to our cause. And really, just by virtue of those conversations, they may actually lighten up. I mean, probably not, but they may actually lighten up on some of the requirements for us, but they might also be a little bit more amenable to some of the grant money, or encouraging, you know, the county to do some of these roads sooner than some of the other roads, or parks program. Anyway, so that that's my if I think about what's our best case scenario and what we want to do, I would kind of lean a little bit more in that direction. And you know, yeah.
We'll go Councilmember Kozlowski and then double.
Yeah, I think like all three of you talk about like you want to be heard. I think if the ask is for him to come out, I think he will hear you more than a letter. One, it's him himself. Two, if we ask for him to come out and share the flood stories, it looks pretty bad if he says no. It actually changes the power dynamic of what we want and the message we want to come through. And if we structure in a way where hopefully we can like have him leave close to rush hour and go back up Novelty Hills, he'll see exactly what we've been talking about during that day. I think if we ask him to come out, I think we completely flip the script, but still accomplish everything we're looking for. And like I said, we can still come back and ask for reconciliation.
Councilmember Supple?
Oh, yeah, I think, I could go along with, without seeking a, reconciliation as long as there's a follow-up to the letter that's sent in, like you suggested, having the King County Executive come out. I mean, just sending the letter in and hoping for the best isn't gonna really accomplish much. But if we can follow up the letter with some action, then, I think we probably get more out of it than just sending in a request for reconciliation.
Does council want to potentially pause on this, have me work with the city administrator to turn some of the content of the letter into an invitation and try to go from there, knowing that everything's still on the table? Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Schaefer.
Yes, I think that's an excellent idea. I love the conversation we had here about trying to get him out. Feet on the street always makes a big difference. And sometimes we forget about that. I would personally like to see both. I'd like to request a reconciliation, but since there's no specific timeline on the reconciliation, we can say something like, yeah, we are requesting a reconciliation, but not yet. We want you to come visit us. We want you to see firsthand what our community and the surrounding area is like. And after that, make your decision on reconciliation. So I that would leave it open-ended. I understand. But on the other hand, it's like, well, the fact that we still are requesting reconciliation may make more impact on him. It may put a little bit of urgency in his mind. Well, maybe I ought to, take half a day and go out there and visit these guys. Even though I'm sure he's a very busy person, but I see no reason to not ask for both.
And to be clear, I wouldn't request it without council majority asking for it though, so. Anyone else? Councilmember Wiggins?
Yeah, I was just wondering, we can start this wonderful relationship, the new King County Executive. Can we maybe suggest sending him a welcome to a new position? Congratulations, City of Duval. We're here to support you, and just send that out. That should be the first thing he sees. Like, oh, they're not asking for anything. They just that goes a long way. I just got done. Really? There's nothing. You just oh, and then you could hit him up with that invite. Come on out. And he's like, these guys aren't going to beat me up. They don't sound like a good group out there. And we have them come out when we expect flooding and bad traffic and all these things.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just gonna ask you, you got kind of mixed signals there. You asked for one thing and you got sort of a different, do you need to do a straw poll or like, because I know for myself, I'm not taking reconciliation off the table, but I would prefer not to leave that. So I would prefer to do the advocacy and then have that in the pocket, but I would be in favor of not even referencing that because I think there's an engagement advocacy strategy, and then you can, once he's out here and he's a captive audience, you can sort of talk about some of those things, but.
I just need a clear consensus of majority, recognizing there are some dissent opinions on it that are there objections to me, just us reaching out gently to start not bringing up the reconciliation things. I know you may disagree with that, and I hear that.
I have no objection.
Okay, so no objections to us trying to feel out that situation and then bringing this back later. Okay, all right, sounds good. Thanks. That was great discussion. Oh, City Administrator, go ahead.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand the word gently in this scenario. So gently is congratulations. I'm taking direction that we should keep the compelling nature of this letter, reframe it a little bit, and ask him to come out. And that's still gentle?
I think so, but maybe I'm not the best judge of that.
Okay, I think
the flood story, sharing the flood stories is a great sort of lead in. It's temporal, it's recent, top of mind. These are constituencies, and to your point, I think it also puts them on the spot in that it would be a bad look to decline the invitation.
And I think it's an
Cynthia, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, I'd like to see Adam's comments incorporated in the letter too. I
Oh,
think those
yeah.
are really good.
Some of them are, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, city administrator.
Yeah. Yeah, I can go ahead and do that and prepare a new version. You know, the other thing I would say is this might be the first opportunity for him to be out in Duval because I don't recall him campaigning here. So, just food for thought.
All right, sounds good. Thank you all. Next up, we have Agenda Bill 26-7, the 2024 Comprehensive Plan Appeal Work Plan with City Administrator McNabb.
It won't
Your
always be
entire
like this.
agenda tonight.
I know. Okay, so this one does not require an ordinance. It's a little more straightforward. So we've come a couple times to City Council to talk about the work plan that we have developed in concert with the Department of Commerce. So this is kind of the final draft of that with a couple additions. So while we were working through the commerce plan and had gotten through kind of this original hurdle with King County about King County reviewing Burke's capacity analysis, saying, yes, we think that's consistent with countywide planning policy. Then we went back to Commerce and said, okay, King County said, yes, we're ready to go. From Commerce's perspective, you know, they want City Council to agree that and to vote that they are committed to the work plan. So that's largely what you have in front of you tonight. The two additions in the midst of that, King County Affordable Housing Committee contacted Larissa and I and said, wait a minute, there's some other stuff. So I've added that to the work plan, as well as we will have one more step with the Puget Sound Regional Council to redo our transportation analysis. I wanted it all in a single place. So Larissa and I, new community development director, everybody, council, mayor, can see all of the work that needs to be done to kind of not only work through the commerce appeal, but also to work through the King County agencies, because the comp plan will have to be resubmitted to PSRC. So I laid it out all in one place. I'm hoping I don't find out there's something that I missed, but we think that is the agenda bill you have and the work plan is the full scope of what is needed. And it is a ton of work, but we're working through it. We've made really good progress on a lot of the items. So that is what is before you tonight. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from council? Councilmember Olin, go ahead.
I move that City Council approve Agenda Bill 2607, identifying the work program associated with updating and revising the 2024 comprehensive plan for the city of Duval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt this work plan. Any discussion?
Thank you for all the work you've done. A lot of work. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to, again, I've said it often, but can't say it enough. Larissa has been a tremendous help.
Okay, and I am calling a vote on this one, correct? I meant the last one. Okay. All right. So with that, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Motion passes. Thank you very much. That was a quick one. Next up, we have interviews of applicants to Duval City Council position number 7, and I will turn it over to our Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. We're coming up on 9 o'clock. We're sort of on still on track. It might be a little later meeting, but we received 2 applications for the open council seat for position number 7. And I'd like to start by thanking everyone who applied, Jennifer Hernandez and Nikita Kazikin as well. You know, great conversations. I'm kind of looking forward to hearing more from both of them this evening. Per the council procedures, given we only had 2 applicants, we'll be using a streamlined process to fill the vacancy. And that consists of a public interview session of the 2 candidates, followed by an executive session to discuss each candidate's responses And then we'll have an open vote by matrix this evening. The potential list of interview questions was determined in advance. I will ask each candidate the same set of questions while the other candidate stays outside the room. When the interviews are complete, council will go into executive session to discuss each candidate's responses and their qualifications. And at that point, when the council meeting resumes, we'll conduct a vote by matrix where each council member will receive 1 vote per candidate. Ties will be determined by subsequent runoff votes until only 1 candidate remains. So obviously we have 6, so we could get a tie, but hopefully we won't. Just in the sort of interest in making it easier in terms of order, given there are only 2, I just did it in alphabetical order. So with that, Jen would go first. So we'd ask Nikita, I think is going to go downstairs while we ask those questions, and then we'll bring you up afterwards.
Awesome to be on this side of the
Where would you like me to?
I want you to be comfortable, so that's the important thing. So the audience would like be more comfortable having you sit down rather than putting you front and center at the podium.
And I think it still gets in the camera. I think you can see them.
Yes.
Barely, but
Whatever you want.
Or we could use Chief Keller seat, which would be more centrally located as well.
if you need me on camera, that problem.
Yeah, I know it's always sort of awkward sitting up at the
Yeah.
podium. That's one more thing to sort of focus on, so.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Of course. So if you have any questions or you need me to repeat anything, feel free. I will try to go slowly here. Duval is growing, but people really value its small town feel. How do you think the city can welcome new neighbors while maintaining the character that longtime residents love? Or put another way, how would you balance community expectations for small town identity with the need to plan for future development and infrastructure?
One of the things that we've done with the Cultural Commission, which I'm chairing, is trying to determine the character of the city. What makes Duval Duval? And we've been putting that out there with some of our art projects and such. We're going to grow, we're going to change. There's nothing we can do about that. But the idea of directing the change so that when we have an entire, looking at the earlier, the rezoning, when we have more houses coming in, what can we do to maintain character? Can we put in a park here? Can we put in a trail here? Can we maintain that feeling of ruralness amidst all these things? And that would be done through like the zoning that we're doing right now. That would be done through possibly for our it's very late, so the words are going away. For our businesses, what would their storefronts look like? How can we direct that at all? Basically maintaining it, not so much like Leavenworth, which is like a complete and total almost theme park thing, but to keep that cultural identity of expanding Old Town outwards, even if it's new buildings. A good example is the Hub, which doesn't really, it's in the Old Town section, but it doesn't match what we have downtown all that much. If there was something that we could have done with that to try and at least make it look a little bit more homogeneous with the rest of the town. But we still have to do the services, we still have to do the growth, we still have to make sure that we can serve them. The idea is to find a way to keep that character of this town and expand it in some way that doesn't affect that, but also still gives that service. It's kind of superficial, but as long as we maintain that imagery, we can also maintain that culture. We can also expand that out to new people coming.
Thank you. Residents here expect their elected officials to be accessible and transparent. How would you stay connected with the community and keep people engaged, even when the issues being discussed are complicated or when decisions that need to be made are difficult or unpopular?
There is a politician, I've mentioned him several times in my other interviews many times, named Henry Gonzalez. He was District 20 San Antonio in Texas, representative to the federal government. Mind you, he was also doing this in the 1950s all the way up to 2000s, and it's a different world today. But one of the things that he did was that he
when he was walking through downtown, if anyone came to him with a question or wanted to know his ideas on policy or wanted to know what was going on, he would stop and take that time. He would sit there, talk with them. You've been on the way to the grocery store. He would do this. Another thing that he would do is that he would go to the gyms on Hildebrand Road every Saturday morning and tell people, I'm going to be here if you have any questions. I'm going to eat my breakfast, but don't worry about it. You can have your breakfast with me. We kind of do that with the Coffee with the City Council, and I love that we do that. The idea would be that I would be open to anything at any time, which, mind you, is a little bit dangerous these days because it can get heated and it can get angry. But I would hope that just the fact that a lot of people just want to be heard would make that a possible solution. And I know some great breakfast places around here that I would like to actually meet people at.
Like, like many small cities, Duval must make careful choices about how to use its limited resources. How would you approach decision-making and prioritization for capital projects, staffing levels, and service capacity when the community has more needs than the existing budget and revenue sources can cover?
It's actually a really good question. And earlier today, Councilmember Owen had the discussion about what do we do when the city needs to grow, but we don't have hospitals and we don't have this. And the idea would have to be to try and, again, try to limit the growth without stopping the growth because the growth needs to happen. That only takes care of the number sides of things, though. What if our people don't feel like, hey, we had a flood, the flood lasts for 4 days, family grocers out of food, Safeway's starting to run out. What do we do at that point? We have to find ways to make sure that we can use the recent flood as a way to look at that and say, how can we work towards this? Because this is a 1 in a 20-year kind of thing, 1 in 10 years. We have 10 years now to fix that and try to find ways for it. I don't really have ways for that right now, but I would be interested in looking into them and discussing, learning, and trying to figure out what we can do to make that expansion.
And then the last question is a little more open-ended. Is there anything you'd like to say about yourself that you feel is important for us to consider before we conclude your interview? You can use up to 2 minutes for a closing statement.
So one of the things that I'm really passionate about right now, in my previous interviews, I've talked about maintaining the character of the town as being one of our strongest issues. I've changed my mind on that since the last time, and we're running into an affordability issue. It is very hard to live here. As a single woman, having the apartment that I did, that I got at a steal, I'm lucky that I have a place that I can stay on my own. There are a lot of people, myself included, who are looking for housing in Duval. I live alone, I'm single. I can't afford anything here, which means I'm stuck renting, which is fine. I've got a great deal, but I don't own that apartment. And if I have to leave, I have to leave. In fact, I'm looking at buying a house with friends here because that's the only way we can afford it. That has become something that I'm very passionate about. I was very happy to see the options that were given earlier with the businesses on the bottom, apartments on the top. I was literally talking with one of my friends about 3 days ago that we needed something like that. She was just like, yeah, that's exactly what we need. Affordability is an issue, and I'm very, very big on trying to make sure that we can keep Duval affordable because I would love to stay here, and if I like to stay here, people who can't stay here can't stay.
Thank you. So you are welcome to stay up here. I'm going to have you move back here, and then we'll have Nikita sort of take that seat. But appreciate your response. Thank you.
I missed meeting with everybody.
let you sit, if you wanted to sit up here and then you're not behind the podium. We have two council members that took a quick bio break. They took advantage of the transition, so we'll wait for them to come back and then we'll start with the questions. We should get that room, that's a chilly room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll probably, I have some stuff to complete tonight, so I'll probably have to like midnight. Oh, I see. Fine. I knew what I was walking into. Are you going down tomorrow too?
I'm going tonight. Yeah, I
Going
got one
tomorrow.
wired after these meetings, and so like I was just like, I figured I'd use the time anyway.
Yeah.
So, you're going?
Yeah, I'll be there. Cool.
I'm down.
So feel free to, if I need to repeat anything, but I'll try to read it relatively slowly. Duval is growing, but people really value its small town feel. How do you think the city can welcome new neighbors while maintaining the character that longtime residents love? Or put another way, how would you balance community expectations for small town identity with the need to plan for future growth or future development and infrastructure?
I think it's an evolving target, and I really think that Duval City should grow. And I like that we are called city. City does not feel that small to me. I am a new resident relatively, while I moved here in 2012, and I always felt welcome. I don't think that I think of small city value more looking at geography than the number of people per se. Like what makes this city for me special and small is that the actual physical boundary of it, the river around it, the farmland adjacent to it, and I don't think that changes if we build a few more houses. It still feels like a compact city, which I really love. I think that compactness is very important. It's very important for walkability. I love that my street that I lived on got sidewalks recently, and thank you all that worked on it. I walk my dog there, and much happier now that I have sidewalks for that. So I think that really what I personally would try to do is try to explain and put my position forward and try to talk to the community about that we should not be fearful of having more neighbors. And what we should be doing is making sure that if we can, we should address like all the issues about transportation are absolutely valid and we should try to address them, but it does not mean that things are impossible. I'm a software engineer by trade, and anytime somebody comes to me and says, can we do this feature, I never would say it's impossible. I would say it may be hard, it may take more time, or it may be it may have some cost, but we can do it.
Thank you. Residents here expect their elected officials to be accessible and transparent. How would you stay connected with the community and keep people engaged, even when the issues being discussed are complicated or when the decisions that need to be made are difficult or unpopular?
I live in the community. I spend most of my time here. I am very accessible on the internet too, and I'm not afraid of other people, and I'm happy to talk to everybody regardless whether they agree with me or not.
and whether I agree with them. And I think that discussion is always better than and every opinion has definitely needs to be heard.
Um, like many small cities, Duval must make careful choices about how to use its limited resources. How would you approach decision-making and prioritization for capital investment, staffing levels, and service capacity when the community has more needs than the existing budget and revenue sources can cover?
I think that's hopefully not just my personal decision. It's a collaborative decision. And again, it's kind of, for me, I think about it as any prioritization problem. It's really, we need to look at our resources and what we can do with the resources we have to achieve the best goals we can. I think I know it sounds like very generic answer, like you all want what best, hopefully. But I don't think that. I think the question is also somewhat generic, and I don't think there is really. I don't think there is really anything more to it except, trying to do the balancing act as best as we can.
So the last question is a little bit open-ended. Is there anything else you'd like to say about yourself that you feel is important for us to consider before we conclude your interview? You can have up to 2 minutes to give a closing statement.
I think, I guess the only thing that I want to thank everybody. I'm very new to this. I'm a bit nervous. It was interesting to hear you all speak today and the discussions you had. It's actually, I never been to a city government meeting before. I hope that you choose the best candidate. And I thank you, everybody. I especially thank Adam, Paul, and Ron for talking to me before. And the only thing, I guess, I think my biggest passion is the environment. I really care about wildlife and the environment. And I think that is really, I think Duval is really great for that. I like the surroundings we have. And that's why I choose to live here. And regardless, I'm planning to live here for a while.
Thank you very much. I guess now we'll go into our executive session and discuss. If you can return to your seat here, and hopefully we'll be back. I think you said 30 minutes.
Before we do, if we could, yes, I have a script read, but then also, can we get a motion to extend past 9:30? Since okay, it's been moved and seconded to extend past 9:30. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Okay, motion passes. Thank you, because we would obviously go over that time. Okay, the city council will now meet in executive session to discuss the qualifications of applicants to Duval City Council position number 7. And this is allowed by our CW 42.30.110.1H. And the city council will be in executive session for, you said about 30 minutes, for 30 minutes. So until 30 minutes from 9:18. Okay, 9:48. Thank you. My brain is like, it's that time of day. So if an extension is required, the presiding officer must come out of the room. So we'll let the clerk know if we need to extend and by how much time. And we are anticipating trying to find, because I'm skipping ahead. Sorry. We are anticipating action after the executive session. Okay. All right, so we can head down to the restrooms.
Clerk Butero, how many folks do we have left in the audience?
We have the two candidates.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Apologies for not being there with you in person.
Oh, I didn't I'm glad to see you on the screen. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm going to take myself off camera for part of the executive session, but I'm listening. So if any of you have any questions, feel free to shout out and I'll pop back on. Oh, thank you, Clerk Patero. I will do so.
You've had a long day.
Good night,
so
everyone.
Please go ahead. Good night.
Good night.
Well, hopefully everybody will have an easier time traveling to Olympia than I did. I picked the exact wrong time to get in my car. All right,
Rush
good night,
hour,
everyone.
yeah. Good night.
Good night.
Good. So if you, are we gonna do a vote?
Are we okay or do we have to wait? Oh, it just.
We're good.
Okay. So now I call back to order.
We're back to order at the time, please.
Okay, I'll call us back to order at 9:48 p.m. And
Is scheduled.
thank you. Okay, so under new business, we have the vote for finalists to Duval City Council position number 7. Again, I will turn this over to our Mayor Pro Tem, Ron Mercer.
So I think we're gonna do a single round of voting or on paper ballots, and you'll collect them and then tally the results. All right. So we actually have two, so I'm glad you called out. So it looks like we have 2 votes that we can distribute to a single candidate or between candidates. Yeah.
Does anyone have any questions on that, or did that make sense?
Steve.
Left over.
It could be actually.
You only have 2 votes, correct?
Did I say it?
The 3 that's going. So you have 2 votes total that you can use however you want.
They're already there.
And while John is tabulating the votes, sort of, I do want to sort of address both candidates. So regardless of how the votes turn out, one, appreciate in terms of going through the process and the interviews and staying here for what's a fairly long meeting this evening. The other is I encourage whoever did not get selected tonight, we talked about the Parks Commission coming on board. There are always other ad hoc committees that come on board. We encourage you to get involved. We just had openings in the planning commission, which I think is now filled, but again, love it that the engagement and again, don't look at this as sort of a closing of doors in terms of, it should be, there's other opportunities to get involved in the city.
Should my math is correct. I read them. For Jennifer Hernandez, 12 votes. For Nikita Koshikin, 0 votes.
I'd like to make the decision.
All right. And next up then we'll be swearing in a new council member. And I'm hoping you have a script for that, right?
I do. Yeah. Hopefully I didn't miss this one.
Yes.
I already did.
Yeah.
Or
Jen, you can come up here with me. Go up here.
oh, that's
Oh, yep, sure. Is there a preferred place to, do I normally stand here and then Jen, you can stand here? Or?
as you wish. Actually, yeah. Just
Oh, that's one?
yes.
Can I get a copy of that picture? My mom probably wanted.
Let me get that.
And do you prefer Jen Hernandez or Jennifer?
I prefer Jen, but
Jen.
you legally need to use it.
Oh, no, I can say,
Just-
yeah, okay. Okay, so first time doing this, but raise your right hand. I, Jen Hernandez,
I, Jen Hernandez,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
or
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and laws
and the Constitution and laws
of the state of Washington
of the state of Washington
and all local ordinances,
and all local ordinances.
and that I will faithfully and impartially
And I will faithfully and impartially
perform and discharge the duties
perform and discharge the duties
of the office of council member
of the office of council member
according to the law and the best of my ability.
according to the law and the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Just sign something, or I have to sign something. Jen, right?
There's an opening now. This will happen.
Maybe doesn't kind of adjourn the meeting.
Yes. I know, I love the gavel out as a reminder.
For you, there's something on file with King County.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you all so much. I super appreciate it.
Want to join us up here?
Yeah, you want to join us for a minute at, I don't know, you
Sure.
can- yeah, 'cause we still have to adjourn this, right?
Yeah, thank you. Hope to see you around town. You don't forget about other opportunities. Right?
Thank you, Gina.
Thank you so much. I kind of feel guilty because we just got those new bigger plates for the cultural commission.
Oh, you're
All right.
has to be voted.
Okay, so if there are no objections, I just want to welcome our new council members. And if there are no objections, we have no other business, then we'll adjourn at 9:54.
Thank you. It's been a weird turn to get into.